Good morning. Still for 29 more minutes. How are you? Well, y'all, it's been a long couple days. Tony Bennett died? Oh, God, what a voice. Did he die today? I don't watch national news or anything like that, and I haven't been online this morning at all. Hey, Remy, how are you? Oh, you know what? Honestly, it was a very long night, but I'll tell you this, even though I went to bed much later than usual because I was up just crossing some T's and dotting some I's. But I actually slept. I slept good last night. In fact, when I woke up at 7:15 or so, I didn't even want to get out of bed. Like, I could have stayed asleep. I could have stayed sleeping a while longer because the last two nights I didn't sleep worth a shit. And Tuesday night I was up very late. Or was it Wednesday? No, Wednesday. Wednesday I was up very late. So, hey, Emily Biz, how are you? Hi, SoFlo. How you doing? Oh, hey, Emmy. Oh, it's a top. I'm just wearing it with jeans. This is Alice and Olivia. Y'all, I love Alice and Olivia. Woo, she makes gorgeous clothes. Oh, that's so sad. Well, heaven just got a little more festive. At least there'll be more than, well, he joins many giant crooners who stop it. Oh God, y'all, hold on a minute. Something's in the air. My two cats are, stop it. They've been going at it all morning. Come on, stop. Go. Don't you yell at me. Hey, Whoopi, come on, get your big ass moving. Thank you. Stay on opposite sides of the office. If you can't be nice, I'll separate you. Hey, Pee Gate, how you doing? Peggy, good morning. Wine, crime, and mayhem. Good morning. Hi, France. Bash, good morning. Stella. Strike force for you. Good morning. Hey, stop it. God. TT, good Tiffany, good morning. Hi, Brittany. I'll be better once I get this done and out of the way. Okay. And for anyone who comes in once I get going, y'all know I'm not good at looking at the chat when I'm talking because I'm old. And, I've never been diagnosed with ADHD, but I'm pretty sure I probably have it. Stop it. God dang it. Hold on. Stop it. Stop it. Woo. Oh, Jesus. Out. Go. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. Okay, that's it. You stay out there, fat man. Oh, no. No. You're staying in here, fat boy. And I know you can't hurdle that fence. So, oh, geez. I swear, cats are so smart. Don't ever think a cat's not as smart as a dog. Because the fat one, I just closed the baby gate to keep him in here, separated from his mom, and because he's too fat to jump over it. So what do you think he did? He just used his nose and he pushed it right out of the way. Stop it! Damn it! Stop it! Stop! Stop! Go get in your bed. Get in your bed. What the fuck? It's okay, bitchy. My God, I don't know what has gotten into them. Everywhere the little one, who is the mother, by the way? Whoopi, if you were my kid, I'd whip your ass. Everywhere that the mother tries to go, her son, the fat one, I mean, he outweighs her by 17, 18 pounds. And no, y'all, I need to get my husband. Hold on 1 minute. I am so sorry. Okay. I put Fat Boy in timeout. And my husband is the cat whisperer. Oh God. My God. I mean, they're like, I'll tell you what, I know what they can do to each other. I had to take my little one to the vet. Oh, it's been a few months now, but because she was fucked up from her son, the big fat one. He got her on the inside of her ear, and it was a mess. So sorry. Usually I can just, scream at him and clap my hand. The damn Tibetan song bowl didn't even work. When you hear this sound, you will know it's time to pull your claws out of your sibling or your child, whatever the case may be. Oh, fuck. You guys, is this a sign? Hey, Kathy Pease, good morning. Hi, Hippie. Sassy since birth, good morning. Hey, Justin. Well, my cat's almost a Bengal. He's not a Bengal, but he's part Maine Coon. Zooter, how are you? Judith Quills, good morning. Backup Hipster. Liz Hernandez, Heather B. Beachy, good morning. Yeah, he's a big fat bastard. He goes anywhere between 28 and 30 pounds. If he's got to get in his skinny jeans, then, he takes Trim Spa, like the late Anna Nicole Smith was a spokesman for. Fam of Beauty, good morning. Daz Larson, hello. Hi, Kate the Great. Okie Crime News. Thank you for your very sweet comment you left me the other day. I appreciate that. Sassy since birth. Chris Cress. Well, that's a new name. Oh, it's first time you've been here. Oh, well, welcome. Daddy's baby girl. Audie Gale, good morning. Judith Quilts. I said hi to Judith. MN Greg. Hazen. Little Boston, good morning. Oh, well, that was nice of Johnson to send people over here. Cheesy Wheezy, good morning. Susan Georgia Peach, how are you? Grain, good morning. Oh, that's very sweet. I appreciate it. Listen, I had a hell of a time with the eyelashes. I don't know if I got a damn bad batch of lashes or what, but man, these things, usually it's one and done. I put the glue on, I let them sit, I take the tweezers and put those bad boys on. Oh, the last several times, my God, it's been like multiple. I'll lay them down and, they're down okay. And then the minute I go to put eye makeup on, I mean, you always get like a little bit of watering in the tear duct whenever, at least I do, whenever you're working really close to it. But these have just given me hell. So it's too early to cry. First, I have some business that I'm mighty fucking pissed about. So let's get that out of the way first. Hey, Beer Can, Cashmere, good morning. Yeah, I'm going to get that out of the way first. So that will, that'll get me started off from a place of fury. How's that? That's not where it's going to end, but okay. I think I'm back towards the top. So for anybody just coming in, Ms. Lee, good morning. Hey, Joneson. That was very sweet of you to send people over. I appreciate it. True Texan, good morning. Rin. Okay, so first things first. Oh, good morning, nonsense. Oh, thanks. I appreciate the support. Mitten Mama, good morning. Hi, Marbella. Okay, so let's get started with first things first. Let me, y'all, I know there's a couple mods here. If for some reason, I know we had an issue the other day with Dirtbag Dolly. And yeah, listen up, shitbag. If you're out there running around on these streets, I know you weren't man enough to come up and talk to me the other day. You just rolled in my chat and called me a racist. Oh, actually, he rolled into the chat. I think he said several really shitty things, which newsflash, to that ass clown and anyone else, you're welcome to come in this chat and tell me I'm old, tell me I've got fake tits, tell me I'm the spawn of Satan. You can say all the shit you want to me that is either just personal petty bullshit, because you know that you can leave your your comments that I then respond to you. Okay, so think like when you're in kindergarten and you get the little, what they call a primer, and it's like, see Spot run, see Jane and Dick chase Spot. Okay, so that's the equivalent of the comment you leave for me or the way you speak. And then I hit you with a full-on fucking chapter book novel, okay, that I guarantee your dumbass didn't even know what half those words meant. I'm just trying to do you a favor. And when I come to respond, because listen, dickbag, I don't go to your chat. I don't hang with the mouth breathers, okay? I don't speak in crayon, like I told you before. So you want to come over here and start shit? Bring it. What you're not going to do, and I'll put the link out, kind of like I offered you, I don't know, at least 3 times. When you came in this chat, and I know you were going on before I saw that one, so God knows what he said. And like I said, you call me a bitch, you tell me I'm old, you're never going to tell me I'm stupid. But what you're not going to do is come up here, bring your raggedy, illiterate ass into my chat and say, you hate black people just like she does. So I'm going to read. Oh, because it wasn't just that. He also felt the need to leave a comment on the community post I made. I think it was Tuesday, where I was going to go live. The transformer blew. I didn't have power. By the time the power came on, I was into watching the crowded room. Oh, sassy since birth. After hearing her last night, I tend to believe that she does in fact have his balls in her purse. Well, that's fine. She can come on over too. She may have his balls, but she don't have my brains. So you can have his balls. Trust me. So he rolled up in my chat, acting the damn, I think I said acting the white trash fool. So you roll in my chat saying shit that, number one, is absolutely categorically false. And that is defamation. he also felt the need to leave a comment on that community post where I just said, I'm sorry I had to cancel the live, blah, blah, blah. Well, he comes and leaves some dumb comment that says, maybe you can do a live with heels in the air. Okay. I mean, I had done plenty of them with her. I know what he was doing. But that in and of itself, that's not offensive, and I don't care. I would have never even responded, and I didn't until, hey, crazy nurse. Hi, cheesy. I didn't respond until Wednesday when he rolled up in here and dropped that bomb and then didn't have the balls to take the link. I told the mods to make sure it was unblocked, and I laid that link down at least 3 times. Well, you know, I know that many people, if you're like me, you don't really see even half the community posts. And it's just one of those things. I don't know why. In my case, I just get busy doing shit and I watch it on my TV. The only time I'm on a device is if I'm, getting back to comments. And I'm sorry, I am going to catch up on them over the weekend. So I thought, you know what? Well, I took the time to write that novel to him. I want to make sure he hears it. And I want to make sure all you hear it too. Because you see, when you are smarter than Dolly and this duck, well, I will pat myself on the back, on the head, for things like that. Because I'm a big fan of brains. So that's just one of the many reasons you and me, we don't dance. Well, that and the fact that I'm taller than you when I put my heels on. So that would be another reason we don't dance. So I thought, you know what? It's going to get a little more emotional after this in the opposite direction. So I thought, well, you know what? Let me just get the, oh, I'm fucking pissed momentum. Let's just get that rolling. Let's get that ball rolling down the hill so that when I get to the difficult part, see, because this is sport for me. And like with everything else, he's not in my league. But, it is fun to play with the dumb kids every now and again. So, Dolly, just in case you didn't read it, my guess would be if you did see it, you probably would have given up second paragraph in. Go get your seeing eye girlfriend. Blind people or visually impaired people, they have a seeing eye dog if they're impaired enough to need help. It seems to me like Dolly has seeing eye girlfriends. He uses them as human shields, apparently. Because, yeah, you got real big balls when you're going at it with a woman. Dude, you're a fucking loser. My husband would... My husband doesn't play internet reindeer games. But if he did, my husband would never speak to someone else's wife or anyone, any female, no matter what, in the way you do. You are scum. Period. End of story. In fact, I have a new name for all this. Hey, Mama Bear. Hi, Maddie. My husband, who is the funniest man on earth, he was in the kitchen this morning and he saw me come out. I wasn't dressed yet, but I had full face of war paint. Well, he knows when he sees that what's going on. It's only one of two things. I either have an appointment and I'm going out, or as he asked me this morning, he said, "Oh, Are you going into the octagon today? I said, I'm using that. I always like to credit the original source of material when I use it. And now, of course, I am married to the man, so he doesn't care if I credit him or not. But oh God, I thought that was such a I mean, seriously, how apropos is that? This is like the UFC octagon. And actually, come to think of it, Dolly might be in my weight class. Oh, he does have that little potbelly situation going on, though. So, well, no, probably not. Never mind. Okay. So, Dolly, just in case you missed it, and your girlfriend, maybe she wants to like sit and take notes, and she can interpret for you. But it is the comment that you left for me. Oh, come to think of it, the only other time he's ever been in my comment section. Oh, that's right. It's when he got busted playing. Oh God, yeah. PJ, you are aware that you're just one in a revolving door of women, right? Remember that playground we were talking about? Well, the merry-go-round, the thing that there was always one dumb kid, probably Dolly, who, he would be the one that you would tell, okay, you spin it around. And of course, it's all dirt around it. Well, back in my day, I don't know about now. So all the other kids would be sitting on top of those. It was kind of like if this was the base, so there would be this metal thing, like an arch. It would be like a welded pipe arch. And you could either sit facing it and hold on to the top handles, or do what most kids did, was sit on top, just to make it even more dangerous. Because, it's always a good thing when you can get a piece of metal going in a, cyclone speed with small children sitting on it. So there would always be that one kid who, well, two of them. You would have to get the kid to make it. Somebody's got to push the thing to get it going. Well, the smart kids would quite naturally choose the biggest kid or the fastest kid and say, you push it, make it, So you got the kid that does that, spins it around, and then that kid jumps on. Well, then the other kid I was speaking of, my guess would be that'd be Dolly. He'd be the one who, when he wants to get off the ride, instead of just waiting, I don't know, the 17 and a half seconds it takes for it to lose momentum and start to slow. Yeah, he'd be the one that would take his foot and stick it directly down in the dirt and, make all the other kids go flying off their seats because his dumbass, couldn't figure out any other way to get off of it, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, Dolly, since I figured, I'm nice this way. If you take the time to come harass me in my own channel, say, quite frankly, say actionable things about me that you no way, no how cannot back up with any facts, proof, nothing. So, and then aren't even man enough to take the link to tell me all about myself to my face. I wonder why that is. So since you really wanted my attention, apparently, enough to leave a comment. The only other time you've ever commented was when you got busted on your little your trip with Bullscorn Betty. Yes, you say she's your friend, and great. I mean, So whether or not she's your friend with or without benefits, who knows? Who cares? And whoever the girl of the week is now, trust me, sweetie, you will find yourself. I will lay money on it. You'll find yourself when you're dumped for his next flavor of the week. God, how does that happen? You know, my husband says there's an ass for every seat. Wow. He's got a whole movie theater full of them. So when he cheats on you and unceremoniously ditches you, I'll see you over at Queen Bee's chat, because that's how it always works. And I will well, we can't bet on here, but if we could, we can do OTB, off track betting. Yeah, we'll see you over there, honey. And don't worry, most people over there, despite what those assholes say, most people over there are very kind and welcoming, and you know, you might have to work at it a little bit, but it'll all work out. Don't worry. But yeah, so when he was in my chat before, when he got busted cheating on, I don't know, his last, how many girlfriends back do we go now? 1, 2. Missa, when he got caught cheating on her, you know, because probably much like you will be, he said they were in an open relationship. Unfortunately, nobody told her. And he came to my comment section then to say something about, how did that go? See, because that's when I was here the last time. I don't have that account anymore. But it went a little something like, if you want me to show you what you can do with those shoes, some bullshit, like Dolly likes my shoes. Yeah, no, PJ, you won't find them at Walmart. But you know, hit me up if you wanna know where to get them. So yeah, there was that. There was the comment that had nothing at all to do with anything except the fact that my power was out and I had to unceremoniously cancel my scheduled live. I was just trying to be polite, you know, not that you'd understand anything about that, but I was just trying to say, I'm very sorry that I just up and canceled, and here's why. So he left the comment on that about maybe you can do a live with Hales. And yeah, then he rolled up in my chat and was disgusting, vile, foul, you know, like he always is. So here you go, Dolly. I just want to make sure that you hear this loud and clear, because the end is the important part. The rest of it was just me being funny I just like to sit back after I leave a comment like this. I like to just sit back and think, oh my God, I would love to see what little bit of brain he has just shattering in 27,000 pieces because he has no idea what the hell I just said to him. And I thought the other kids would enjoy it too. So allow me. And you know, if anybody sees this and decides that they want to send it to a friend, or I don't know, it's on my community post. Okay. And I did, in fact, to the best of my knowledge, it is actually him. There were multiple people in the chat. Hi, everybody that's coming in. Oh, backup hipster. Yeah, I said it's so ironic a man selling soap. That doesn't look like he's Metabar. I mean, it's kind of weird, but whatever. I did, in fact, I believe with 99% certainty that it was, in fact, him, because there were several people here who had interaction with him, and someone said that that avatar had him blocked, and if it was just somebody who had taken his avatar and was trolling under another account, it wouldn't have been, he wouldn't have been blocked. And there was a few other things like that, but I'm allowing for the 1% chance that, maybe it wasn't him. At the real Dolly Vision 2, I need to make something abundantly clear to you. You will find that message at the very end of this reply, but resist the temptation to zoom right to the end. I don't want you to miss out on any of the other good stuff. I have to say, before I get to that, and it will be worth it. It will be worth it, I promise. So, Dolly Vision, or whoever the hell you are that's leaving the comment on this video that I'm replying to, as well as being in my chat today when I was live acting the white trash fool, saying hateful, vile garbage to me, who refused to take the link that I offered at least 3 times in the span of 15 minutes. I guess all those rumors about you only wanting to be a badass when it comes to women, like Savage, but you won't dare step to a man. Yes, you, Dolly Vision, or whoever you are. Don't stop reading now. We're not at the important part yet. I am aware that it is not unheard of for a bigger creator's avatar to be cloned and fraudulently used by someone misrepresenting themselves as being the legitimate creator that the channel name and avatar actually belong to. For that reason and that reason alone, I am going to allow for the remotest possibility that the person I am replying to in this comment could potentially not be the real DV. In the interest of full disclosure, I am leaning towards the belief that this is, in fact, the legit Dolly Vision that we all know and love so very much. I say that, if for no other reason than the fact that the latter part of your screen name that I'm replying to here in this comment is spelled incorrectly. The word V-I-S-I-O-N, vision, is not spelled V-I-S-O-N as you have it spelled. Oh, you can't make this up. I would be less than honest if I said that I haven't noticed that, much like your friend with or without benefits, Bullscorn Betty, fluency in the King's English and a solid grasp on the finer points of grammar, parts of speech, usage, and punctuation are definitely not pursuits that you excel at. Dangling participle, anyone? Question mark. Yes, that is a real thing. I'm feeling generous, so I'm going to score both you and Betty at an 8th to 9th grade level. And I didn't even require you to use a number 2 pencil or fill in the bubbles on a Scantron sheet. Of course, that is just my layperson opinion. I don't pretend to be qualified to make those assessments in any expert capacity. After all, we have quite enough people running around giving their assessments / interpretations and self-certifying as experts. And they are actually under the impression that they are qualified to interpret things in an expert or professional capacity based on their non-existent expertise and curriculum vitae. That's Latin. In any fields they so choose, including, but not limited to, law, journalism, children's advocacy, missing persons advocacy, law enforcement, citizen detective, human behavior, etc. Presently, we have an overly saturated market in the division of YouTube tragedy pimping. Yes, I know they do say it's hard out here for a pimp, but be that as it may, ... Wouldn't you agree? Don't worry, I won't hold it against you when the next quarterly board meeting of the Board of Directors of Tragedy Pimps, Inc. is called to order. Will you be appearing in person, or will you be sending your proxy vote? I need to know so that I can ensure that we have enough Red Bulls, Salem Menthols, and Flaming Hot Cheetos. So, RSVP, respondez-vous s'il vous plaît? Ooh la la, that's French for let me know as soon as possible if you're going to grace us with your attendance. I bet I taught you something new there, didn't I? Please do not misunderstand. I'm not trying to literacy shame you. Ooh, look at that. I may have just coined a new term that we can add to the YouTube vernacular. You will probably need to Google that one. LOL. I'm so sorry if I'm using a lot of big words that may be confusing you. I just hate that for you. Unfortunately, I do not think, speak, or compose in crayon. So sadly for you, I can't dumb it down for you or anyone else. Alas, my command of the English language and my very skilled ability to communicate using it will give the kids in the back of the class something to aspire to. And I always think it's a good idea to have something to aspire to. Finally, we've arrived at the good part. And in the words of one of your arch nemesis, lean in, Shug. Lean the fuck in, Dolly. Do not ever come in my chat or anywhere else on these YouTube streets like you did in my chat this afternoon when you refused to take the link and address me like a man and refused to say to my face what you were saying all over several chats and label me a racist. How dare you? I believe your exact words were, "You hate Black people just like she does." Don't you worry, in case you forgot the vile, heinous shiz you said. No worries, we got you, boo. I have all screenshots and the chat transcript just in case the need should arise, and I need them. I believe in the Boy Scout pledge to be prepared. You can call me any petty personal jabs you want. You can crack on my age, makeup, body parts, etc. That's all fair game. I don't think I'm exempt from anyone else's commentary on me, so long as it has some basis in fact and or is true and correct. Apparently, you think that because I had a friendship with heels, that makes me a racist? What you have said is outrageous, and I categorically deny it. How dare you call me a racist, you piece of shit? I have never been a racist. I will never be a racist. You will not find one person in the past or present who will call me a racist. You will not find one internet post, one picture, one text, one recording showing me to be a racist in any way, shape, form, or fashion, because I am not a racist. You know why you will never find any of the things I listed above? Because I am not a racist. Not now, not ever. You, Dolly Vision, you have defamed me, both slander and libel. I have all the proof. This is the one and only courtesy warning I'm going to give you. And it's far more than you deserve. If you defame me again, accusing me of hating Black people or any other such despicable slander and or libel impugning my character, you have my word on this. I absolutely promise you with 100% certainty, I will sue you. And I will not be appearing pro se. I have an attorney. I've had one for years. He would love to take some more of my money, which in turn would ultimately result in it being your money that will pay him. Via my request for reasonable attorney's fees, my counsel will request in the order of judgment I will be seeking. The last time I wrote my attorney a check, his hourly rate was $425 an hour. And like most lawyers, he bills in quarter hours increments. You will be paying my legal fees. I'm assuming you're broke as a joke based on what you show of your home, etc. So even though I recognize that I would likely never be able to collect on a judgment, I will litigate this on principle alone. You don't appear to have any principles based on what you do here on YouTube, so I realize that concept is likely lost on you. At this moment, I am going to forget the slanderous and libelous things you have said about me, where you accuse me of being a racist. One of the most vile things one can say about another for no other reason and with absolutely no basis in fact or proof. At this moment, I am going to chalk it up to an incredibly ignorant man whose mouth got ahead of his brain. I'm going to invite you to come on my panel with me tomorrow when I go live, being today. You will not be blocked. Come take the link and talk to me like a man. You be respectful to me, and I will give the same to you in return. You owe me an apology. I'm sure there's zero chance of that. I will settle for a civilized conversation and explanation as to why you would say such a heinous thing about me. It was outrageous, false, defamatory, hateful, dangerous, and wrong. The end. So, gee, I wonder, do you think he's going to come talk to me? And he doesn't have to, but you say anything you want about me, that's an opinion. That's all fair game. You want to say I'm the ugliest bitch in the world? Yeah. I mean, I guess if you wanted to, you could call me a dumb bitch, but you're the only one. Nobody believes that, but nobody believes most of what you say. So you do you. You call me anything you want. That's a personal feeling. You will not call me a racist. And if you do at your own peril. And like I said, I have a lawyer. Now I'm not uni. Come on, I don't have an in-house lawyer. I've got a little pocket, I have like a little pocket lawyer. I pull him up out of my little, he lives with the duck. All right, so now that we got that out of the way. Yeah, I always say that there's only one thing I care about that anybody that, I've said this before. For someone, I know who I am. I know who I'm not. I know what I'm good at. I know what I'm not good at. I know my strengths. I know my weaknesses, both personally and in other, professionally maybe. But to hurt someone with your words, especially when you're not exactly on the same cognitive, intellectual playing field I'm on, for the words to hurt, the arrow has to hit the mark. And you can call me all the foul shit you want. If I don't believe that about myself, well, why would I give a shit what you think? But when it comes to something like being told you hate Black people, no. That, my friend, is defamation. And not only that, it's dangerous. In the kind of climate we're in, not just on YouTube, but out here in the world, you say things like that about someone, that could put my safety in danger. I mean, obviously that's taking it to an extreme, but my God, isn't just by virtue of the fact of the shit we talk about around here, I mean, obviously we're at the extreme point. Certainly on here, and this is just a smaller microcosm of society. So you call me whatever you want. You won't call me that again. That's your warning. Okay, so on to other not so pleasant things. Hold on, let me just look. I just wrote a couple things down so that I do this in the right order. Whoops. Hi to everybody who came in while I was not looking at the chat. Cocktails and Crime, good morning. Hi, Hippie and Estem. Hi, Voices. Tuesday Child and Faithful, good morning. Oh, I think it's afternoon now. Hi, Kia. Montana Jade, hi. Hi, KB. Okay, I've gone up. Hi, Xena with Fire. Sofa King, good morning, good afternoon, whatever. God, y'all, I don't even know. This whole place is like being in a damn time warp. Hey, Sue, how are ya? Kathy P, CL, Lurker. I know I missed. Oh, Kit, I saw you out of the corner of my eye come in. Okay, I'm sorry if I missed anybody. I'll keep, I'm going to keep looking over. And Emmy, I know there's at least 2 mods in here. If we need some more, I will, I don't think we will, but if we do, just, well, hell, I could be in the other window, like doing commentary on a video y'all can't even see. So you can try and get my attention. There's no guarantee I'm going to see it, but yeah, just kind of let me know if we need more mods. Stella, I don't have a problem doing that, but I need to do this first, and then we'll move on. Hey, Outlaw, how you doing? Oh, yes, Hippie, that's right. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to, hi, Brick. I'm going to move on to the not so pleasant part. I and much like when I came on Tuesday and said that I was coming at it from the place where I had the information from what I had at that time is how I went forward. And on Wednesday. So Monday, I was not on YouTube at all. I had a doctor's appointment and I had a real life flesh and blood friend come over. She didn't leave until close to 6 o'clock. So no YouTube. I think I looked at something quickly, but no chats, no hardly anything. Tuesday, I had every intention of going live because usually I go live on Mondays and we do kind of like the weekend wrap up. YouTubers behaving badly. But I wasn't able to because I had prior commitments. So Tuesday, I was just kind of treat as Monday. So I did the video, very short, and I scheduled the live. I think the live was scheduled for like 12-ish, something like that. Well, in between the time I did the thumbnail and dropped that video link, I changed the time twice on the live. And I think the first time I actually might have moved it up, and then I changed it again. And I don't even remember why I changed it the second time. But the next thing you know, the sonic boom. There's a transformer just kind of to my left and quite a bit north. That transformer blows a lot. And every time it blows, I am without power for anywhere between 30 minutes is about the least amount of time I've ever been out. And an entire day is the longest. I did not have power. They had power across the street. And that happens quite a bit. It just depends on what part of the grid they're on. So I thought I canceled the live in StreamYard, but apparently I just saw a comment and damn, Dolly's probably over there playing with his dangling participle. Oh, he has no effing idea what the hell that is. That was funny. Anyway, I thought I canceled it through StreamYard, but I did not. Well, when the transformer blew, after I thought I canceled it, I got my laptop or my iPad. I sat down on the couch and I was going to use the hotspot on my phone to watch The Crowded Room on HBO. And I started thinking, I was like, damn, I mean, you look like you're schizophrenic. You changed the time twice within like a 10-minute span of time, and then you just cancel it. So I thought, shit, I need to at least make a post. So that's what I did. And I just explained the situation. I said, I'd like to go live today. I'm planning on it when it comes back on. Well, it came back on like an hour and a half later, but I just went into it. I was into watching that show. So I said, screw it. I'll do it. I'll just go live tomorrow, which would have been Wednesday. So when I got up Wednesday morning, the first thing I saw in my queue was Chronicles of the Shady. And I watched that first, and it was like 7 minutes. And I was like, what in the hell is this about? So I started watching it again, and I heard the jerks. And I did know who that was. And the only reason I knew who that was because when they had a situation, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, that came up in my queue. So I thought it was called Circle Jerks. So that's what I did. I put Circle Jerks in, and I was like, well, where is it? she just referenced it. She's using clips. It's got to be here. And then I don't know, but I figured it out. The jerks came up, and I recognized the cartoon avatars. So that was like a 17-minute video. I didn't even know until yesterday that 17-minute video, which was only the second thing I saw concerning this at all, well, that was actually the second thing that the jerks had put out. But it was the first I was hearing of any of it. So I watched both. I was not able to see what she was putting up on the screen. I was watching on my big TV. When I would pause, there was a big horizontal line that comes up. I just couldn't read at least half of it. But obviously I knew there's a problem here. This is an issue. And I thought I need to speak. Like, I've said a million times that we're friends. Me and Heels, I can't just say nothing. But if you have not seen the video, the last one I did, well, it was live, but now it's a video. Today is Friday. So Wednesday, that was the last I have done any content. If you haven't seen it, I would encourage you to go watch it. It's long, but put it on 1.75 or 2, and you'll be able to figure it out. So when I was done with that, I figured, well, now I've got to, now basically, this is not how I looked at it, but in hindsight, I knew that I could not just say nothing and wait to see. Well, I guess I could have done anything I wanted to, but I just felt for me to be, I can't ask people to take me seriously or believe that I'm truthful and that the things I say have veracity if I took the position of, well, here's what would have been maybe. I couldn't do it because obviously I didn't do it. But I venture to say that there's plenty of people like, oh, I can assure you, if the tragedy pimps found themselves in this very situation, any of the collective tragedy pimps, what I was not willing to do is absolutely, in my opinion, what each and every one of them would have done. And that would have been some version of, well, you know what? I'm not saying shit about this until I see what happens, because if I come out and make my feelings known and I don't take the right position, well, then people are gonna leave me. I was not willing to do that. So with the information that I had, and I said to people, you know, some of you are probably not going to like this and you're not going to hear what you want to hear. Well, tough darts. And I basically said, when I call you a friend, you have to work pretty hard to make that change. And I gave a couple examples of very long-term friendships that I've had in my life. I do not collect people. Okay. And while Heels and I did not have, listen, my first YouTube friendship, that is no more. And I don't even know why. I spoke briefly about that, but there's no hard feelings. But it taught me something. And what it taught me was that friendship, that person knew very much about my personal life, where I live, my real name, etc. Heels and I, we did not have that kind of friendship. That doesn't mean that I did not care for her greatly. I did. I called her friend. And this has been very difficult. I am no longer calling her my friend. I wanted to wait until I got all the information. And that's what I did. So Wednesday, after that live, I just needed a break. I didn't want to listen to anything. I was up until 4:00 in the morning. Yesterday. Oh, the only other part I want to add is that when I went live on Wednesday, before I did, I sent 3 text messages to Heels wanting to talk. I said, I would like to talk to you before I go live, if possible. So she says she didn't see him. Well, whatever. But I went live and did what I did. So yesterday, I saw Diamond Cutter was live, and I love Diamond Cutter. She was just what I needed, okay? I think she is, it just, for me, it comes shining through that she's just a good person. I mean, I think she is. I think she's kind, she's sweet. I think she wants good for everyone. And when I saw she was live, I just thought, God, I need some of that right now. So I went in her chat, and it was very nice. There were people in there who had been in my live on Wednesday who were very, very kind. And I have to say, I'm so very grateful for all, anybody that I've seen between Wednesday and now that, well, it would have only been at Diamond Cutters because I wasn't anywhere else. But people have left comments. It's just, everybody's been very sweet. And I really appreciate the fact that, I think most people understand how this is, even though just because I didn't know her full government name, where she lives, what she did for a job, I didn't know any of those things. And she didn't know any of those things about me. And we never asked each other. We don't need to. But just because I didn't have that information about her, please do not for 1 minute think that means that this does not hurt any less, because it does. So I think the best thing to do is I'm going to walk you through what happened between yesterday when I was in Diamond Cutters and where I'm sitting this morning. And hello to anybody coming in that I have not said hello to. I promise when I get this out and I'm done, I am going to go all back up through the chat and say hello. Zen, I just happened to see that your comment that says, this is why you have to keep your walls up. And you know what? I just hate that. I really do, because that is it's just not me. In fact, my husband looked at me this morning. Well, Krabby, I'm getting to that, and I'm not telling anybody else how they need to feel. I'm telling you how I feel. I'm not afraid of being called a racist. I'm not going to be called a racist because I'm not a racist. Period. End of story. But it has nothing to do with heels. Well, obviously in his mind it does. I can tell you this, in all my life, there has never been one person who's ever said that to me. And I don't appreciate it. Just as you wouldn't appreciate it if it was said about you. So, you know, I'm sorry that I'm making the connection between, he's a fucking idiot. So take him out of it. It's not about Dolly. He is an ignorant fool. But nobody in my life has ever said that to me before. And there's a reason for that. And of course it's offensive. I mean, seriously? Hi, Cece. Hi, Fairy Dust. B. Tim. Oh, yeah, there is that. All right, so here's how it played out from yesterday. This is Friday. Okay, so yesterday, I wasn't going to even look at YouTube yesterday. But when I saw the diamond cutter was live, I just thought, you know, that's what I need. Now, quite coincidentally, probably not, but when I went into diamond cutters and I was in the chat, that's the first time I've heard from heels since this whole shitstorm started. And I'm going to tell you what time it was. It was probably coincidence. I don't know. It just seemed a little odd that that was the first I was hearing of it. Hearing from her. All right, so actually, I take that back. She did reach out to me Wednesday at 3:56. She just said, "Can you talk?" And then immediately after that, she said, "Never mind." And I said, "I just turned on the shower." And then I made a typo and it says, "I have to marry my hubby at 5." But if it's not too late today or tomorrow, anytime after 8. And then she just made a funny joke back because it should have said, "I have to meet my hubby." I do voice text and my God, this thing butchers so many of my messages. She just said, "Oh, okay." So the next I heard from her after that was yesterday at 11:20. And she said, "I heard what happened yesterday and I'm so sorry. If you want to talk, please let me know." And I said, "I do want to talk to you. I need to take a break from everything YouTube today. I got up very late. I don't need to read all of it. I'm trying to only pick out I know this is me still. I was up until 4:00 this morning and I'm absolutely bleary-eyed right now. I know that if never mind, I'll read it in that. Okay, I don't know. This is me saying to her, I don't know if you have seen it or have the time and or desire to watch, but I did a live yesterday and I meant every single word of what I said. So it might be a good place to start before we talk. I'm sorry about all of this. I know that so very few are taking any pleasure in what's happening, aside from the one who were scumbags and who rejoice in all of the wrong/bad things as a way of life. I haven't seen your live. I'll go watch it now. Now, the sentence directly after that, I am not going to read, but I'm going to tell you this. Much like Burnt Toast, and I believe I heard someone else said that, oh, Dolly's girlfriend. So Burnt Toast, Dolly's girlfriend, and I believe there was someone else, have said that Heels told them that she was under the care of hospice. First and foremost, I hope that is not true. I don't believe it is, because I think subsequent to that, she did say, yes, I lied. So much as she told those several people that she was in hospice, where I just paused and said, I'm not going to read it, but here's what I'm going to tell you. She made a very big statement about something that had happened during this time period between, well, I guess in all reality, this started Monday night, maybe. So let's just say Monday night. Between Monday night and yesterday when she sent me this text, she didn't say anything about hospice, but it was something else. It was something personal she told me happened that is a very big deal. So, of course, I immediately said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. So blah, 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 that event happened. So it's been hella stressful, she said. And the very next text message says, is there a reason you didn't ask me about this? Question mark. I only heard Dolly come into your chat. I thought for sure you would have talked to me. And then she says a few other things, which y'all don't need to know. And I was like, well, excuse me. Hold on. I said, oh my God, I'm so very sorry. Then I said, I'm so sorry. I wish there was something more I could say. There was something else I said that I'm not going to read. And then I said, first and foremost, regardless of what is being said, I actually didn't know anything about any of it until yesterday, which would have been Tuesday. And I did reach out to you around 8 o'clock. And I would have waited if I had heard back from you before I was going to go live, which I had told her in those text messages that I really would like to talk to her before I went live at 12:15. Now, I also said at the time that this was not at all unusual to not, she at least 50% of the time, she did not get back with me in a timely fashion. And I don't think even she would dispute that. So I would have liked to talk to her, but I wasn't about to, knowing how long it takes her sometimes to return messages. And listen, y'all, for me, that is, you will almost always get an immediate response from me. And I damn sure will never wait. I mean, if I were to wait hours, that would be incredible. Even fucking people I don't like, and I don't want, like, it's some situation I don't want to deal with. I like, that's just not me. I will answer you. All right, so I just felt like, yeah, I would have, I absolutely would have, had she reached out to me and said, please let me talk to you before you go live. I would have put it off. I would have pushed it back. But not hearing from her, no, I wasn't going to sit around and wait until I heard from her. I thought it needed to be dealt with. I needed to speak. Okay, so I would have waited if I had heard back from you before I was going to go live. As far as me researching any of this, I said, quite frankly, I'm still lost. I was actually up until about 4 a.m. I watched Deet's panel. I said I did go on to a few websites, but I would be lying if I said I got through even half of it. And what I did read is very confusing with all the various names, etc. I don't know shit about blogs, etc. There's a reason I am not going live today about any of this. Now, that's yesterday. That's because I am not yet in a position to say more than I said yesterday, where I very clearly said I was waiting to speak to you. I wanted to hear your side of things, whatever it is you want to tell me. You have to know that for those closest to you, there was no way to remain totally silent, or they would be facing massive backlash and possibly branded. There were some other things I put in there, much like that POS Dolly said to me. And then at the bottom, I said, there is absolutely nothing existing anywhere in this world that would ever point to me being a racist. Now, I felt all along that for her, in my mind, there was only going to be two options. You're either going to just walk away and be done with it and say nothing, or you need to speak. So I say a little bit more about the personal issue that she wanted to make me aware of that I'm absolutely will not discuss. When I said that it was not the hospice assertion, but it was something else very serious. So I said, she sent me something, and I guess because she wanted me to believe it. And I just basically said to her, I don't need proof. It never occurred to me that you weren't telling the truth. And that is in reference to that personal thing that she wanted me to know about. I'm trying to read it, but not read all of it. And basically it was just me saying, listen, if you tell me that happened, that's all I need to know. You don't need to send me proof of anything. I said, this thing is snowballing quickly, and I think you're going to need to respond if you plan on keeping your channel going. I said, go eat and lay down. Because she had said earlier that, she needed to eat, that she'd been, up, obviously freaking out for a couple days since this had started. I said, I will be around all day and we will talk soon. If you want my advice, I will give it to you based on what I now know. And then I sent another text that said, I don't believe this is a lost cause. I am in Diamond Cutter's chat right now, and I think you should listen to her live later on, as I would echo many of her sentiments about how to deal with this if you plan on keeping the channel going. She sent me another very long text. I am not going to read it all, because what I'm not trying to do here is I don't want anyone to think that I'm just because I am parting ways with her, that I am going to ever reveal any kind of, sensitive communications between anything of a personal nature. I will never do that. I don't care what she does. So the reason I'm not trying to be deceptive here. I'm trying to be a decent person and parse through these. I mean, do you see how long this is? Oh, fuck, we got the problem with the light again. I'm trying to only pull the details out that I need to say so that I make my position understandable. I am not trying to out anything more of any communications between the two of us than that I need to make what I'm saying understandable. And I would do that if it was you. If it was anybody, I would do that. That person I talked about before, my first go round on YouTube, the friendship that just poof went away, that I have no idea why. And I said I loved and adored her. And if she called me tomorrow, I'd be happy to hear from her. Now, unless she lied to me, I know quite a bit of personal information about her. I have never, ever breathed a word, nor would I. And Heels has absolutely nothing. And like I said, I don't know any of her personal information, but she needs to be 100% secure in the knowledge that I will never. I'm not that bitch. You're not about to see, months worth of text messages just start rolling across the screen. I don't do that. I don't care whether I love you, whether I hate you. I don't roll that way. The first paragraph of this very long text, she's kind of explaining, why she did the blog, how long it had been there. She says she's not a racist. And this is the first time I hear her say she wants to go live, but that she's obviously been very upset and she needs to, get it together before she can even think about doing that. Something about Benjamin Crump. Now she brings up the autopsy photos. I have to say, I knew almost zero about the Kendrick Johnson case. I do remember when it happened, but I just never paid a lot of attention to it at the time. I don't know why. There's a lot of cases that I knew about, but didn't necessarily. I mean, I hate to say it this way because I don't want it to sound crass, but I mean, not all cases are interesting to me. In fact, missing persons cases, I almost never pay a lot of attention to. I guess it's because I like to see resolution. I don't want to invest in. I mean, that's just how I am. It just is what it is. So when I say I don't know a lot about something or I didn't pay a lot of attention to it, please don't take that to mean that, it's for any other reason but what I just said. So she says, here's what she says about the autopsy photos. And I swear to you, I never said jack shit about autopsy photos. She just brought this up in this very long message. As far as the autopsy photos, Kendrick Johnson was not an 11-year-old child. She says that his mother lied about her leaking the photos. She said they could be found all over long after she was holding up his post-autopsy photo. She says a little more about the pictures. And then she says something about the Bell kids, which I didn't even know who the hell the Bell kids were. I know now very loosely that apparently, according to her, the Johnson family has pointed the finger at them. That's all I know about the Bell kids and their situation. She says, I'm not going to read all of it, but I'm going to start from the part that says, his mother said that she used the awful photo because Heels leaked the autopsy photos. She says, huge lie. And then she says she put 2 photos out, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and then I didn't even see this yesterday. She says, where did you try to contact me? Well, I'm glad I didn't see that yesterday because I would have said the same fucking place I always try to contact you. The only place I've ever contacted you, your text messages. And then there's something about a couple other creators that I'm not going to talk about. She does say that Burnt Toast had known about that website. I'm assuming she means the blog since 2021. And then with no warning, well, she says trigger warning. But in this whole exchange, which was basically one very long one, then another one, then another one, then another one, then another one, and one that says trigger warning. And all of a sudden, she sends me the most vile autopsy photos of what looks like he's on his stomach, and it looks like a damn, like an X-Acto knife has just carved out these 2 places. My God, it was vile. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more messages under there. Oh, as soon as she sends me those pictures, the very next message says, that's what I attained and posted behind 3 warning clicks. And then something about, well, then that's interesting. Then I look down. After the autopsy, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 short messages, each in succession. And the very last one says, I only saw the one message, fuck. In response to when she said, when did I text her? Well, I don't know how that could be because the first 2 were sent within, like, I sent one, and then within a minute or 2, I sent the next. And then there was one more directly under it. That's what I'm not understanding. How could she have only seen one? But it doesn't matter. Oh, hippie, I listened to all of Burnt Toast last night. It's good. There's not going to be any, listen, it's going to be perfectly plain when I'm done why I'm parting ways with her. So the very next thing I said to her after those pictures, I said, Jesus, I didn't need to see any of that. And truly, I didn't appreciate that. Number one, I don't want that shit on my phone. Just for general purposes. And it was apropos of nothing. We were not having any discussion. At least I wasn't. I mean, she was rapid fire sending me messages, obviously about things she wanted me to know. But I didn't say jack shit about autopsy photos. And here's what I have to say about the autopsy photos. I don't give a shit. You can dress that shit up any way you want. It's disgusting. It's vile. It should have never been done. I don't care if it was behind 27,000 trigger warnings. I don't care if you made 1 penny, if you made 0 pennies, which I don't think she made any money on it. I don't care if you got them free, if you were the 3rd person to post them, the 1st person to post them, the 379th person to post them. I don't care if you thought, I don't care. It should have never been done. So immediately after I sent that message to her, and I said, Jesus, I didn't need to see any of that. And she said, I know you didn't, but that is why. She was railroading and still is those 2 boys. She's speaking about the mother. There is a lawsuit by their parents against Jason Pollock right now. I don't know who the fuck Jason Pollock is, and I don't care. It doesn't matter. It was not your business to do it. And I don't know why you would. It's awful. My next message, are you around tonight? If so, I will call you later on and give you my advice if you want it. She said, I'm going on in a couple of hours. So I said, I don't know anything about that case. And in parentheses, it says bare minimum. And honestly, it will have no bearing on my advice. I said, oh, hell's bells, you're going live. Apparently, I was already in the process of typing a response to the other message, and I got the one that says she was going live. I said, oh, hell's bells, you're going live? I said, that is what I think you must do. People want to hear from you. And I said, what time? And then she told me. And she sent 3 more, just, about the time and whatnot. And I said, staying silent is not an option at this point. And then I confirmed the time, or what I thought was going to be the time. And I said, text me a few minutes before so I can be there. Meaning, be there I was not, at that point, I would have been in the chat for sure. And this is the next message that I get. In response, this is the question that she wants to ask me about. She had just watched my video because apparently she had a lot of other, we'll just leave it there. She didn't watch mine. So that's fine. I just found it odd, and especially when you consider that I was one of the few that was giving her the benefit of the doubt. Period. End of story. I didn't care what kind of shit I got for it because that's who I am. And if I call you my friend, you're my friend. It's not just, I don't care if I'm never going to meet you. I don't see a lot. That's why I think a lot of people in this dump, they don't understand me, because a lot of people in here, all they give a shit about is growing their channel and making money. And listen, obviously we would all like to grow our channels. What the difference is some of us are not willing to sell. Well, I was going to say sell our soul, and a lot of the case of some of those people, they don't have a soul to sell. So, but a lot of us, A lot of us won't do disgusting, duplicitous, grimy, nasty shit just to advance our cause, we'll just say. And I'm one of them. Like I won't. That's not me. Unfortunately, I don't think I got quite the and it won't be the first time, and it probably won't be the last. In fact, my husband looked at me this morning and said, "Well, you're 2 for 0 now." I said, "Yeah, but you know what? Here's the difference." Oh, never mind. So apparently she goes and she starts watching my video where, I'm sorry, I don't think there was one thing more I could have done to show. I was trying to do a very difficult thing at the same time, which is let my friend know that I support her and that I'm not rushing to judgment and I'm not going to do what many others did and just go by the word of the chatter, that I wanted independent confirmation for myself and I wanted to talk to her first. So I needed to make sure that came across, while at the same time not coming off to everyone else as, well, listen, I don't care what they say. She's my friend, and because she's my friend, well, if it turns out that she did some really grimy shit, like, I don't know, all the scumbags I talk about, well, I'm still going to protect her because she's my friend. And I'm okay with the job I did. I think I did just fine. I think I did a better turn for her than, well, than's been done for me by anybody on here. But I haven't, not that I've created or been involved in a big scandal, but I'm just saying. All of that was to say, just because you may not come and sit on my couch and have coffee with me or cocktails or whatever, that doesn't mean that friendship and my care for her was not just as real as anybody else I call a friend. And I don't just call everybody on YouTube my friend. And I think we all know there's this weird thing that people do on here. They very casually throw around the word love. It makes me crazy. I mean, it's one thing to say that to somebody that you've been, oh, thanks, London girl. This is High Independent Thinker. This is Allison Olivia. Lady Pants. Hi, Jenny. At any rate, I do not just throw the word love around. So, but that does not mean that I didn't look at her every bit as I look at my flesh and blood friends. I did look at her that way. So this is the first thing, okay, that she says to me in response to that video. And I'm going to read something else in a minute. But this, for the longest time, I chalked up, because this isn't the first time that, let's just say that some of this, I've kind of chalked her personality up to just being very, she's not real emotional. At least not that I've ever seen. She's, even when she speaks, she's, oh God, nonsense. I was like, oh God, I thought that was, you were telling me that you were going to send me an email. Oh, you can email me too. Yeah, see, like nonsense I would like to sit on the couch with and has not coffee, I think wine. Because I think we're a lot alike in many regards, many aspects. But heels, I'm sure most of you know exactly what I'm talking about. She's pretty even, and she doesn't, my voice, I'll scream, I'll cry, whatever. I don't usually cry on here. But a lot of times I heard Six Up say something this morning. She said that she, in hindsight, in retrospect, she's looking back, and there are things that, and the Glairer said it, we're all going to say it, and I'm saying it right now. In retrospect, there have been times, more than a few, where she has said something to me in response to whatever the discussion is, that I would be like, what the fuck? Come again? I passed it off to her personality. So here is the very first thing she said to me in response to the live that I did on Wednesday regarding what I already knew. Why did you bring up JLR's girlfriend? Question mark. Really? That's your first fucking question to me. Why did I bring up JLR's girlfriend? I mean, me, not so much. That would not have been no, it wouldn't have been what I said. But be that as it may, I just chalked it up to, not only did I chalk it up to her personality type, obviously this is a very tumultuous thing going on. So I also, hey Menace, how are you? I also let that go. I didn't read a whole lot into it. Listen, the initial sting, every time she'd do something like that, the initial sting was always like, what the fuck? It was always there. I always just pushed it aside, and it was never things that were, well, we're not talking matters of life and death, but there were several times where she did things like that, and it was hurtful because, I mean, look, I see a lot of people in the chat, WTF, wow, huh? I mean, yeah, it's weird. Would that have been your response? Here, your friend, who's one of a small handful at that time, that is still willing to go to bat for you, to what was possibly my own peril. I didn't give a shit. So, yeah, I'm not the only one who thinks that's a very odd. That's your first thought. Hey, Nanya. Nanya, I appreciated everything that I heard you say on Burnt Toast last night. I listened to it on the replay. So what I said in response to why did you bring up JLR's girlfriend in 3.5 hours, that was her first takeaway. Why did I bring up JLR's girlfriend? I said I was explaining the entire evolution of our relationship, and that was one of the first times I remembered giving you my phone number. Now, the next question. She said, would you consider going on with me just for support? You can ask me anything you want, even if you think it will stump me. And she said, I'm going to open the panel up. Here's my reply. I said, oh God, I will consider doing that, but I don't want to do something like that on the fly. I definitely believe you need to speak, but I think first speak alone. Why don't you do a pre-recorded short message and tell people that you are going to be addressing any questions on blank, whatever day or time you decide. And if you do it that way, I will come on with you. I'm not even in a position to ask anything from even a remotely intelligent or thought out place. If you can tell me where to go to get a grasp on this, to be in a better position to ask questions, I will absolutely do my own research off of YouTube. Now, I had already seen several. I saw blog posts, but I had not seen the ones that Burnt Toast read. If I had, that wouldn't even have been a consideration. I truly think that's the best way for you to go forward. Make a video today in all caps and tell people that you're ready to address all the questions, etc. And I said, did you see Burnt Toast is going live tonight at 8:30? Drop a video before that. And then I said, I'm telling you that it's my opinion that based on what I'm seeing, I don't think this is past the point of no return. But people want to hear from you, like yesterday. Some people you aren't going to get back no matter what. But with full transparency and honesty, I believe you can get the tide to turn at least partially. People want to hear from you, but they need to hear the right things. This cannot become a Zav girl disastrous apology. And that's what's going to happen if it's not very well thought out and executed. And what I got back is, I'm not doing an apology. And the very next one says, never mind, there's no way to do this, but just to do it. And I said, well, I can only give my suggestions based on what I know as I sit here. And if all of the blog posts, the ones I have heard referenced and saw in the 2 videos I've seen, were made by you, and I have no idea if they were you or not, and you aren't going to apologize, then I don't know why you would want to open yourself up to what people are going to do. The one thing they must hear is an apology. And if you're not willing to give them that, I just don't think, oh, the reason that cuts off like that, I was typing this out before I got the one from her that said I'm not going to apologize. And what I meant to do was go back and backspace and delete it all. I didn't do that. And when I saw it, it was like an hour later. When that is what I was going to do, whatever I did, it ended up sending it to her. And I said, sorry, didn't mean to send that. So, there you have it. Now, for me, I am not at all surprised. I knew exactly how that was going to go last night, which is the reason I said what I said to her. Had she taken my advice, she would have done a pre-record. And I absolutely, as I am sitting here, I swear to you, had she wanted my help, Kind of like I said to Zav Girl, don't you have anybody in your life that gives a shit about you, or do you just not listen to anybody? Much like her apology was a fucking disastrous, self-serving garbage, I would have absolutely been willing to either write. It's not like she would have needed my help to come up with things to be addressed, but I'm not, listen, I'd have done anything. I was fully prepared to look at what she was going to, here, look at this. Tell me what you think. I would have said yay, nay. I would have given her my own suggestions. Hell, I would have done a damn private stream role play. I would have. I wanted her to make this okay. After what I heard last night. Well, listen, her live went exactly as I knew it would. I mean, I knew. I had not a doubt in my mind. Hence, why do you think I would have just gone up there with her, knowing exactly how it was going to go? I absolutely swear to you, had she taken my advice and just done I think she knew time was getting away. It, kind of like in medicine, you've got the golden hour. Well, I would imagine in the world of scandals and PR, you might have more than an hour, but you damn sure don't have more than 2 days. And I think she knew, tick tock, I'm losing time here. I got to do something. But I have no doubt that if she'd just done a pre-record of 5 minutes, hi, I want to explain. I've heard your concerns. I want to address them. I'm getting my thoughts together on, please join me live whenever. Listen to me. I'm like writing a fucking cocktail party invitation. I could do that too. So that was that. I listened to all. Peggy, frankly, I'm shocked that she's still got all the subs she does. And listen, I'm not wishing anything on her. I wish her nothing but the best. And I'm going to read you my parting text to her. In full disclosure, I took her wrench and I blocked her on this channel. And it's not because I hate her. I do not. But I can't, after the things I've seen, I cannot. The tie has to be cut and severed, clean and permanent. And I sent her a text message this morning and I blocked her on my phone. And I didn't do that because I have no malice for her, okay? But I don't want to hear, I wanted to say what I needed to say, and I don't need the response, because there's nothing she's going to be able to say to me, and trust me, I don't think that she's going to lose any sleep over it. I've lost 2 nights of sleep over all of this. I don't think she's going to lose any over me. And I thought about it before I did block her. And she can listen, if she's just dying to respond to me, well, she will in another form. So I listened to her live last night, and I am going to mirror Burnt Toast words, and I also repeat them in the text message I'm going to send. I was literally, I was steaming. Okay. Lisa doesn't iron. Lisa does have a professional steamer that when laundry that I like to have not wrinkled gets piled up, I drag the steamer out and I steam. And this is a commercial steamer, not one of those janky ass things from Bed Bath and Beyond. And I was quite literally yelling at the TV saying, "Oh my God, stop, just stop. You're making it so much worse." When I tell you what, for me, the saddest part of what I heard was when Brianna got up on the panel and said to her, "Do you want to give me your thoughts or tell me what you would say in response to my defending you on Deet's panel?" And she said, I don't know, I didn't hear that. I said to my husband this morning, holy shit. Why did she not just, I don't know, fucking lie? Like, why didn't she just say, if it had been me, I'd have said, "Oh, I'm so sorry that, I appreciate that you gave me the benefit of the doubt, and I'm sorry I let you down." I mean, that's what I'd have done. That to me, I had already, once I heard that, I already was leaning very, I was already heavily skewed towards doing what I did. But I wasn't 100% there yet. I have to say, I was well on my way when she flat out told me in that text that she would not be apologizing. Because to me, it's like, well, I'm sorry, I can't work with that. I like Persephone's pomegranate. Oh my gosh, you want to hear something funny? And welcome, I think you're new. The other night, I told y'all I'm old. I watch PBS Masterpiece Theater at night. I gotta have something light to take all the grimy shit off of my brain. The other night, I'm watching this show called Indian Summer, which is great, by the way. And it's kind of takes place in colonial India when the British still considered India a jewel in the crown. And the opening scene is this prig, just uptight prig English woman, and they're on the train headed to this it's kind of like a resort where all the British civil workers go in the summertime because it's up really high in the mountains, and that's where they all go. But you have to get there by train. So they're on the train, and you sit in like what looks like a small booth in a restaurant. So it's two British women facing each other like this. Okay, so they're on this side of the aisle, and directly across on the other side is the same setup, but it's a British man, and across from him is an Indian woman, and she's making notes on something, and they run like some kind of an orphanage program. And the uptight British bitch says to the other nice British woman something about how hot it is, and that when all the men see her come into the cocktail party that night, she'll float in like the goddess. And she says, I might have that part a little off, but she says to her, "Yes, you'll be just like Persephone." And the lady looks at her, and she says it again. She says, "Yeah, Persephone." And the Indian woman, who's 100 times smarter than that dumb bitch, but remember, this is in colonial India. So that would have been like I don't know, maybe the 30s, something like that. She's writing and she glances up from her work and she looks at her and she says, Persephone. And the British lady says, isn't that what I said? It's like, no, bitch, that's not what she said. Well, when I saw your comment at me or your screen name, oh, Sherlock Holmes, there's one of my all-time favorite. Hi, Deanna. Hey, Helen. Okay, so hey, T-Pack, Ms. Lee. All right, so I then listen to Burnt Toast. She's already at least halfway in. So I listened to that live for, I don't know, maybe a half hour. And it was only 10:30 by the time I had gotten done with all my little nighttime things I do. And I went into my bedroom and I was like, shit, I need to sleep. And I need to just, I didn't want to hear anymore. My intention yesterday had been to deal with none of this shit, but of course that didn't happen. So, but between what I heard last night live, a lot of which was Nanya, who I echo everything Nanya said. And when I finished it this morning, listen, there was no doubt in my mind what I needed to do. No doubt. And it had gotten to the point where, I mean, I'm not going to say that it doesn't still smart. It does. Because much like I've heard everybody else say, and I'm going to say again, I never saw anything from her that would have indicated that she can say she's not racist. And, much like I said, when Betty was being called a racist all over YouTube, I'm going to say it. I'm going to echo the sentiment. I said that. For multiple reasons, I decided to send the text message that I sent this morning. And it's a done deal. It's not just one reason. But with the racial aspect of this, just like I said with Betty, I didn't even call Betty a racist because I am a privileged white woman. I have never been the victim of any kind of racial profiling, racism, etc. It is not my experience. So it is not for me to call her that. I will proudly stand on the side of those who do have the standing to say that to her. And I don't want anybody to think that that's my way of saying, well, I don't think she's racist, but if you guys do, no, not at all. I'm just saying, I don't feel like it's for me to, there's plenty of other, listen, I was absolutely disgusted and revolted by the little bit that I heard last night. there was a post about twerking. There was something about poverty, and when are those people going to, pull themselves out of poverty, basically. Oh shit, you guys, hold on 1 minute. Damn, I forgot I left the cat outside. He's got water and stuff out there, but it's hot as a mofo. It's funny because the fat one with the most hair is the one who loves to be outside on the porch. Hold on. Oh, Daddy let you in. Never mind, my husband let him in. He's in the bathroom squawking. It is his bathroom, though. I call it the cat bathroom. They have their own giant walk-in shower litter box. No, it's not. No, they've got a giant litter box that I keep in a walk-in shower, and they're the only ones who use that bathroom. After I said that, it kind of sounded like I just threw litter in the shower. Okay, so I want to read to you the parting text that I sent her. I don't know that I'm going to read every single word of it because I don't think I really need to, but I said, hi. I feel like I'm at the point now where I have seen and listened to enough to make an informed decision regarding the shitstorm surrounding you right now. I listened to the entirety of Deet's multi-panel video on Tuesday. Tuesday morning was the first I knew of any of what had come out on the jerks the night before, and I saw Chronicle's short video that morning. I watched Deet's on the replay as I was doing my own live stream at the same time, where I said that I would not be disavowing our friendship based on the little bit that I knew at that time and without all the facts, regardless of what others were saying or doing. Why? Why was that? That was because I was absolutely your friend. Hold on, because some of that I don't think I need to read. I actually feel like I was more invested in the relationship than you were. And I say that based on the more than one time where I went out of my way to take up for you. And not only did I not get what I would have expected immediately, you actually yelled at me and wanted to know why. Why did you say this? Why did you not say that? When I blasted MGL for all the nasty shit she said about you on Veda's panel. And I mean that. When I did that and I told her, nobody asked me to do that. I did that because I was pissed. I was pissed that that nasty fat ass bitch who isn't even supposed to be on here, along with that dipshit Veda, was just she just said some nasty shit that I didn't believe was true. And it doesn't matter if it was or not. But when I sent her a text to tell her, go watch this video, watch this timestamp. And I tell you what, it bowled me over, her response. I don't know if I can find it because it was quite a ways back. I hate to say stuff like that if I can't. Oh, well, here it is. So she started watching it. You know, she basically said, I don't know where she's coming up with any of that shit. And then this is the next thing. Oh my God. You say we're friends, but you know nothing about me. But you keep saying, so what? As if it could be true. This is so crazy. And I was just like, wow. Fuck you very much. And yeah, you're welcome. I mean, I was blown away. So when I tell you, and that's not the only time that happened. So when I told you that her very first response to me in the video I did Wednesday, her very first response was, why did you mention JLR's girlfriend? Do you see what I mean? I just kind of chalked it up to, well, it's her it's a weird personality thing of hers, I guess. But yeah, London girl, I would tend to agree. All right, but back to this. When I blasted MGL for all the nasty shit she said about you on Beta's panel. I said, hell, I have lost many hours of sleep over all of this. I stayed up 2 different nights into the wee hours in an attempt to get all of the facts I felt I needed to have to make a decision about whether or not to continue to support you or not. Even yesterday, after seeing my video from Tuesday for the very first time, apparently, I was one of the very few who did give you the benefit of the doubt and didn't come down on you based on what the Jerks and Chronicles put out. And the first thing you say to me is not, thank you for not denouncing me, as many others are doing without all the facts, hearing from me, etc. And in parentheses, I put, you actually did ask me why I didn't talk to you first before speaking. And I had to point out to you that I did, 3 times, in fact. Apparently, you couldn't be bothered to read your text messages, but that was pretty standard operating procedure with you as far as responding to my text messages. But your first words to me were something about, why did you mention JLR's girlfriend? Truthfully, I was kind of taken aback by that and still have no idea what the hell that had to do with the proverbial price of tea in China in the magnitude of what the entire video was about. Well, that would not have been my first words for you had the situation been reversed. Mine would have been, thank you for acting as a true friend to me when so many others are denouncing me in droves, but it doesn't matter now. Ultimately, none of any of that matters. Those were just my raw and brutally honest thoughts about the balance of the friendship we had. And I've felt that way for a while. I could give you some more examples, but it doesn't matter. Oh, I really chalked it up to most of that up to your personality, not being overly emotional. I listened to all of your live last night, and it went exactly as I knew it was going to go, based on the text exchange we had earlier that day when you told me you had no intention of apologizing. I am going to mirror the exact words of Burnt Toast because I listened to the entirety of her live after it had ended as well. And when she said that, every time she opened her mouth and spoke, I was screaming out loud, just stop. You're making things worse with each statement. It was the exact thing I was saying, out loud, no less, when I was listening. I knew that was going to be the epic disaster it was, which is why I wouldn't go on panel with you. Had you gone about it the way I suggested, I absolutely would have walked through all of it with you to support you. I have gone through and read many
of the blog entries, and all of it in totality is more than I can get past. I don't know how one mother could be so hateful to another mother, one who has buried her child. And I don't give a damn whether or not you thought her child was at fault 100%, 50%, etc. I don't care how much you despise their attorney, blah, blah, blah. I saw cruelty in many of those blog entries, and I just can't wrap my mind around how you could have said all those things to grieving people, no matter what the circumstance of their loss or political affiliation, skin color, etc. Grief and trauma has no color. Not for me, anyway. For all the reasons I just stated and more that I don't have the energy to articulate, this is where we part ways. I can promise you that I don't give a damn how many others are furious with you. If I thought their feelings were baseless, I would stand by you, regardless of what the masses feel. But I cannot stand by any of it. I wish you well in all future endeavors, and I would hope that you know me well enough to know, because I don't have another persona or side to myself. What you saw is what you got. I'm me 100% of the time, on YouTube or off YouTube. Any of our text messages, limited personal information we ever shared, etc., will always be confidential, and you can fully trust I will never dox you in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Period. End of story. Be well, and I'm really sorry that all of this happened. So there you have it. And, you know, part of me felt like I should have given her the opportunity to respond, but there's no need to, because there's just nothing that she could say that will change my mind. Hey, Gina. Oh yes, a bolding. I need a whole ass gong. Oh geez, that one was woo. That was aggressive. Oh, that's better. Namaste, bitches. I just. Hi. Hi. The dog. The dog's not as smart as the cat. He's just standing there like, how do I get in there? Push. I'm glad this is over, as far as, you know, me. Hold on a minute. Come on. As far as me needing to do this, and when I say that I bear her no ill will, I absolutely mean that. I will never violate her privacy, none of that. And I certainly do not expect the same in return. I do expect the same in return. I don't believe for 1 minute that she will. You know, of all of it, the only thing I really kind of feel like, I don't know if it was the right thing to do or not, was blocking her. But that, for me, I mean, honestly, for me, it's kind of a protective thing that I need to do. So, and what I really hate about all of this is all the scumbags are absolutely going to take great joy in this. They're going to use it to their advantage, but it ain't going to stop me from talking shit about you. So you go ahead and do whatever you got to do. I would submit that there's not one of them, not one of that whole scummy queen of wishful thinking. Welcome. Oh, thank you, Christina. There's not one of them that wouldn't. I dare say they would sell their mothers if it got them more subs and more money. So I don't care what any of them have to say about any of this. I will continue to call them out. And I couldn't do that. It means enough to me in the way I feel about things. It meant enough to me to do the difficult thing of ending a friendship so that I could continue to have my own. See, here, these people will never understand that if you have integrity and you want people to trust you, to take you seriously, well, you can't stand by when it's somebody that you like or care about. Listen, you know what I said to my husband this morning? Those posts, those heinous posts, and I'm not talking about, this is not going to be turned into politics, none of that. I would not allow a family member to sit in my home and say the things that I heard her say. I would tell them to shut the fuck up or get out of my house. It's very simple. So I don't care what a bunch of scumbags who have no integrity care about those of us who do have what they don't have and can't understand why we have done things as the way we've done them. So they can sit and say, oh, well, look, you just like, douchebag Dolly coming in here and telling me, he apparently thinks he knows that I hate Black people. Mike Heels did explain last night. She went live on her channel and she explained whatever she wanted to explain. But they can say whatever they want. We called it out. Those of us that can't stand by. We called it out. And there have been a couple things I've heard lately that have definitely given me pause, and much like, well, I mean, obviously I was not the only person who she asked to come on panel with her when she decided to go live. And I am also not the only one that I totally understand. Listen, this, much like Burnt Toast said, and everybody else, this is not about wanting her to say, yes, this is my government name. Not at all. Nobody expected that or wants that. But I understand lying to Dolly's flavor of the month, the week, whatever. I get that. I understand why she would lie. But here's what I don't get. That's a giant lie. Like, why go to that extreme? She could have just said anything. I don't know. I'm weird that way. To me, it's like, I think there are certain things that you just don't say. Kind of like, don't summon the devil. That's a huge. And didn't she think, here's what I know about hospice. And unfortunately, I have very intimate knowledge of hospice and how they work. You can get hospice for failure to thrive, but you have to have a documented failure to thrive. You've got, and even then, I know because my grandmother was under hospice for over a year for failure to thrive. And it does have a time limit. It's not like never ending. And if it's in the case of, disease, a chronic rather than, well, no, that would actually be acute. When most people hear hospice, they think you're going to die in a week. You actually can get on hospice up to a year for conditions like failure to thrive. But it's just an awful big thing. It's just such an extreme thing to say to avoid. I don't know. It's just odd to me. And she also, told me something that, and I would never disclose what it is, but it was also something, a big thing. And there was something that I thought about. Remember when I was do you remember a few weeks? It was only been like 2 weeks when I went down to the Ritz-Carlton to meet my relative. Well, everybody knew I was going out of town because I kept talking about, oh my God, I can't wait to go. And I actually was texting Heels. We were having a back and forth as I was getting ready to get in my car to go. And I very specifically said, I am so looking forward to being, I said, I'm going to be YouTube free for 2 days. I'm not looking at it. I'm not. And do you know that she sent me a text while I was gone to tell me that Laura was talking about me on her panel? I never opened it. I still didn't open it because I don't care. But it bothered me when she did it. Because I was like, hi, Crystal. Sorry, I'm just reading your comment. I mean, if you guys want to come up and talk about it, I'll put the link down. I mean, I said what I, needed to say. But it bothered me that she said that to me. And it was like, I don't think it was the first day, it was the next day. It was like the first full day that I was there. And I thought, now why would she send me that? She knows I'm on vacation. Like, wait, what? Was surprised to see that channel has been up for a year. Oh God, I don't know anything about that, Leo. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna I'll put the link down. Yeah, I just I would have never done that. I would have never sent any friend of mine who was enjoying, very specifically, I said, I ain't doing shit on YouTube for 2 days. I need this break. I'm so looking forward to this. I mean, short of she's, got your government name and address and she's putting it all over the internet. Short of that, why would you reach out to me and to tell me that when I'm on I'm on vacation? Hi.
Hey,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing, Lisa?
I'm good.
I just wanted to say a couple things to you. I'm
Yes.
so sorry about your feeling and you're upset for losing your perceived friend. You were a friend to her, but she really wasn't a friend to you, and that's
Yeah.
perfectly clear at this point.
Yeah, I think so too.
Also wanted to say I'm down in PSL, and if you're ever down my way, hit me up, holler. We'll get smoothies. Port St. Lucie.
Oh, okay. Well, hell, isn't that? Well, you were kind of close to where I was, right?
I'm not sure where you were, hon.
Well, I was in Sarasota.
I don't know where that is. I just moved down here about a year ago, so I haven't quite got my bearings of where everything is.
Yeah. Oh, I've lived here my whole life, and believe me, there are places I've never been to and in Florida and don't know anything about.
So sometime we'll have to get some smoothies somewhere then. But I just wanted to say, it's all right, hon. We see it a mile away and appreciate everything that you did as you were processing. And I was over at Makeup Monsters this morning, and I was kind of giving some people some grief because they weren't quite where I was this morning. And I just wanted to say sorry for that. I apologized in her chat, but I kind of realized
more than most people do, so good for you.
Yeah, I kind of realized not everybody is in the same place as I am. They haven't gotten their research the same, they haven't heard everything that I've heard. They don't know about the cases like I do. So not everybody comes to the same place of understanding where I am. So I have no right to come at them in any kind of way.
I mean,
so
I'm sure you know far more than I do. I know very little about several of those cases. And for me, listen, I do not care what the circumstances are. I am never, ever, ever, ever going to co-sign or stand by while someone who has lost a child is harassed. There is no circumstance in this world. I mean, only if it was God forbid, it was my child, but I just can't imagine what is it in you that makes you think it's okay to reach out to grieving parents? I don't care whose fault it is. That is irrelevant. Why? It's kicking somebody when they're down. And I just don't understand. How could you have that much personal care or investment in somebody else's loss? like, I'll never understand any of that.
I don't understand. And just for someone in her position who doesn't come from the background of the group she seems to be focusing on, to try to gain any kind of understanding of what they're try to put this into words. I'm kind of dense sometimes. I don't get the words to come out.
Well,
But just for a middle-aged white woman to try to say anything about Black people, she should just keep her nose out of Black people's business. I'm just going to come out and say it.
Yes, I mean, I honestly, it may not always be the right thing to do, but I truly do try and look at things through my own lens. I mean, that's all we can do. And I just know that for me, there's just nothing that I can understand about wanting to. I mean, listen, we could all watch things on TV, like the Zimmerman thing, Trayvon Martin. Here's my thoughts. I followed it on the news. Did I dig into it like Heels apparently has? No, but I didn't need to. That, as far as I'm concerned, George Zimmerman should be in prison. Okay, that's my thoughts on it. But it doesn't matter what I think. I wasn't on the jury. I didn't see all the evidence. And I don't need anybody. Uh-oh, what happened? I don't know what happened. Damn it. I lost you, blank slate. I'm putting the link back in the chat. And if anybody else wants to jump up, Gina Diamond, girl, you're always wanting to come up on panel. Come on up. I didn't follow the Kendrick Johnson case, but to me, it doesn't matter. I feel like I'm a normal person, okay? I watch something on the news. I thought that YouTube would be a good place to get more information and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know about that. But I don't know how you make the leap from just being a member of the public, watching either a trial or watching different news sources, online blogs, whatever the case may be. So even if you are doing all these things and you see what you think, proves that XYZ, I don't begrudge anyone having their feelings about any of these things. Have your thoughts and your opinions all day long. But when you get to the point where something compels you to reach out to the family to tell them that you don't believe XYZ, you want to see proof of this, that, and the other thing. I just saw that to me is just cruel, period. I don't know how a mother, there's just no part of me that can understand doing any of the above. I just can't.
I accidentally knocked myself out. I was reading the chat, and
happened.
I do that all the time. Like it should have a back button instead of X. I don't mean that in a way as she can't have an opinion or she can't think about these issues. But when, like you said, she's trying to get involved in someone else's personal life instead of just thinking out loud or having an opinion, but she's actually trying to get involved in this whole movement and is playing into setting fire to some of these issues back then. And I actually kind of took some time to kind of go back and kind of think back to how I felt back then. And it wasn't very good because there were some issues going on in my personal life back then with my kids. So because they were very involved with that movement. And so anyway, I won't get into it on here because I don't want to dox my kids. But it really bothers me that she thought that she had the right to do that, to just go to those people's families and get all involved in their business just because she felt like the kids who were accused, and all of the people involved in Kendrick Johnson's case were kids. And she always points out that the 2 boys that were accused of doing something to him were boys. But when she talks about Kendrick Johnson, she doesn't act like that. She acts like he's an older person and he's, this or that. But he wasn't a kid in her mind, it seems like. So she just seems like she's white fighting is what it is in my mind. And this is my opinion, and I'm allowed to have one. In my mind, she seems like she's white fighting. That's my opinion. In my opinion, she's made it pretty clear.
That white fighting, I've never heard that.
Yeah. She's like trying to take every side of a case that happened back then and take the white side. Never mind if it's the right side, it's the white person's side. And it's kind of
I don't get it. I know, I can tell you from coming at, a similar demographic as you. I'm saying right now, as a middle-aged, privileged white woman, I don't care what I think about some story. I am not, just because I am like, and that's a place where I'll be overly cautious of another person's feelings, because yes. I just cannot understand how, and that to me, I don't even see it as a color thing, but that's because I'm not a person of color. I understand why they see it as a color thing. I'm coming at it from a mother thing. Like, I can't imagine going through a horrific loss. And I don't care if your kid was in prison, in a gang, if he was a straight A student, if he was a college student. It doesn't matter to me. None of that matters. Your child is your child. And how one mother does not feel just gutted for another, like, I can't even let my mind go to what it would have to feel like to find out your child is dead. Like,
I can't either.
I don't get it.
I can't get there.
No.
And then to go after them for trying to figure out what's going on with their child, and for them to become convinced that something bad happened to their child that wasn't an accident, and to try to pursue that. Just wrong. In my opinion, it's wrong.
Yeah, I don't know where the personal, like, how do you get this personally invested in someone else's life to where you feel like they owe you some kind of an explanation? I mean, I tried to even sit back and look at it from the point of view of like, okay, well, maybe she's, but even if you say you're a member of the media, I mean, I don't think a blogger is a member of the media, as I've made my feelings very well known on all that. But even if you did, even if you made that reach and you said, okay, fine, you're a blogger, you're a member of the media, you still, members of the press, and I don't mean tragedy pimp press, legit press credentials, they do not. Yeah, they might knock on your door or call you, send you an email. Do you have a comment? We're doing a story. We'd like you to comment. I'm not interested. Or, yeah, come on over. But what they don't do is repeatedly call your home. They don't, I mean, I have probably seen less than many people because, quite frankly, I stopped needing to look after what Burnt Toast read last night. That was it for me. I don't need any more information. That's it. I thought that's it. I don't need to read more. I mean, that's bad enough. I don't need to read anymore.
Yeah.
That's just how I feel.
Well, that's good for you. I mean, that's enough for you. And I'm good with the information that I have on it so far. I'm just kind of hanging out to help people who might need a little reassurance that it's okay, because some of us have been here before with other people in our community. I've been around this community for a long time. I have my real name on here up until about 2 years ago, when my attorney looked at me and laughed and said, "What is wrong with you, you crazy person?" So
Yeah.
I took it off, and there's some, so I have been around here for a long time, and I have, I admire and appreciate a lot of people on here. So I just wanted to make sure, some of my friendly folks that I see around here were okay today. And so I'm not feeling very good today. So I stayed home from work, and I'm just chatting around, and I just want to kind of come up and say huggies, hug,
Well,
hug.
I appreciate that. I
And
do.
I'm in Florida. So
I said that, I heard enough. I don't need any more than that. I meant that, but I also, let's not forget, I had, Deets panel, I had the Jerks video, Chronicles video, then What Burnt Toast. I listened to
oh
Nunya.
yeah.
Like it's not as if those are the only two pieces that I had, but
Oh yeah.
hold on one sec. Okay. Hi. How are you?
Hey, I just came to say hi. I don't have anything to add to this because I'm staying away from it with a 1,000-foot pole, but I just figured I'd come say hi. And I had said in chat, your doggy was there, and I was like, oh, come say hi to us, puppy. But I guess he had other things to do.
I picked him up the other day and brought him.
Oh yeah, I saw that. He's so sweet.
He is. He's old too. He's almost 13.
I can't see the font very well. Is that Headstones? Headstones?
Yep, that's me.
Hi.
Hey there.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, I forgot to put on here not burnt toast. I think I can edit that.
That's funny, because I don't think you guys sound
I don't either.
alike. There are two creators that I think sound very much alike, and now of course I'm drawing a blank. Who is it? There's two other women that always are confused for each other. Who is it?
I confused Grain with somebody.
Yes.
Sherry, Grandma Sherry.
Yes. They sound very much alike, and I think there's
And Dietz. Grain and Dietz sound a lot alike. Grain and Grandma Sherry. They kind of all are very soft spoken, and
yes, just like me.
oh, no one's going to accuse me of being soft spoken. That's for sure.
Oh, here comes Gina.
Oh, hi, Gina. Another non-soft spoken person. I love your voice, Gina. Oh my God. Squeak.
Can you hear us? Hello? Are you there?
Quiet.
Gina? Can you hear me? Gina, can you hear me? Every time, God bless her, every time she comes up, there's audio problems. Now we don't hear you at all. The last time we heard an echo. Okay, wait. I keep seeing her.
Yeah, I see her muting and then unmuting, but it's still not.
I'm going to tell her all of my clues that I've been trying to figure out as I've learned how to do this. No headphones if you're using your phone.
I'm going to give her a message in the back chat.
I've learned my headphones mess everything up. They reconnect and disconnect. And
I used to have issues with headphones when I would AirPods, like when I used to use AirPods, that never worked. Then oh shit, now she left. I think she's gonna try and go out and come back. Hold on, I'll lay the link down again. All right, I just dropped it again, Gina.
I finally figured it out when I got in trouble on QB's panel for having my YouTube on in the back, and I'm like, I swear it's not, but my headphones were reconnecting to the YouTube. It was so weird.
The only time I ever used headphones was when I tried to do lives on an iPad. Oh, that does not work. Not at all. But I would, I'd use AirPods, and it was a mess. Now I'm on a desktop, which is definitely, at least for ease of use, and Google is watching. You think Deet sounds like Nicolina? No.
Oh, I don't know that one. I don't know that person.
All right, Gina's back. Let's try again. Well, I'm adding her to the stream. Why is she? Oh, there we go. Okay. All
Can you
right.
hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
Yes.
This is the first time I did this on my laptop.
And you're back with a new avatar picture.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it.
I do too.
Thank you.
What do you have to say?
What do I have to say?
Yeah.
Well, I'm very sorry to not only you, Lisa, but also to A Blank Slate. A Blank Slate, you broke my heart when you were crying the other day. And I am so sorry for you and for everybody else that is affected by this.
Well, that's very sweet.
That's sweet. I'm not really affected by it other than being disappointed. I mean, it's really about the victims' families that have been affected by it, and everything, the people, that have been hurt over it by the years. But that is nice. And I love your voice, Gina. I finally get to tell you in person.
Well, let me just tell you, it sounds a little bit different on here. And I feel like there's some kind of voice filter because I actually don't mind it on YouTube.
Oh.
Well, if you're not used to hearing yourself, I mean, God, well, now I'm going to show my age. I remember back in the days when I was a kid and we had an answering machine, like you had to put a cassette tape in it, the whole nine. And, I mean, I remember the first time I heard myself on a recording and I said, that doesn't sound anything like me. And everybody said, no, it sounds exactly like you. There's some
terrible
where we hear ourselves. We hear ourselves differently than we actually sound. A lot of us.
Well, I sound different on the phone. Like, I don't leave voicemails because I don't want somebody having that recording of my voice. But it's like it's smoothed over. Like, it's not as harsh.
Huh.
It's sultry.
Maybe they gave us a little distortion. Good for them.
Oh, we got a lot of distortion. I don't know if it's in the
insane in the membrane, eh?
What's that thing they say? Something about the Matrix. There's a how's it go? There's a something
glitch. There's a glitch.
Yes, there's a glitch in the Matrix. Yes, there is. Yeah, I don't know, you guys. I really feel like even people who didn't, were just friendly with everybody liked Heels in the Air. Well, except for the people she did videos on, I guess.
Yeah.
But honestly, I did hear somebody mention that. I'm not sure if it was Nunya, but someone said, listen, for most of us, she was the first person we watched every morning, and that was me. Absolutely. So
listen, I used to watch her when I wasn't allowed to, whenever I was over in Molly's cult. I would sneak watch clip channels.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You weren't allowed to.
No.
I'm so glad you broke free.
I have yet to understand what the hell it is about all these people that have such a huge problem with seeing their own words spoken back to them. Like I don't understand what is so objectionable about that. And if you're going to be mad at anybody, you need to be mad at yourself because you said it. So what? Like, I've never understood this rabid, just hatred for the clip channels.
Well, see, I was spun a narrative that just wasn't true about anybody over here. But like, what else was I supposed to know? You know what I mean? I've only been interacting like this on Facebook on YouTube since like a little after Quentin Simon. I just came into the wrong community. But I do have good news. One of my friends is in the chat, and I brought her over here. She said she subscribed. It's Tear Heel Girl.
Oh yeah, I see
And
her.
she just broke free from the MGL cult as well.
Oh boy. Do you have? Are you here to get deprogrammed?
She's I think she's seen the bullshit for a while, but just didn't really make a move either way. And she was one that would still talk to me, even though the rest of them shunned me. I do have some of MGL's followers that followed me instead. And
good for you. I love that.
MGL just doxed her and is giving out her private information to Jilly Bean, and now Jilly Bean is messaging her, harassing her.
Jilly Bean needs to go and learn literacy for 5th graders. Honest to God, I've never heard somebody who's so damn painful to listen to. And I mean, let's think about a lot of the numbnuts running around here. So when I say that, that's a distinction.
Well, shit, then you should read the screenshot, because I don't understand what the hell she's trying to say.
Oh, I'm sure I will not understand. If she is doing, what's she doing that on? This, if she's doxing her on here, that needs to be.
From what I understand, there was a private conversation between Molly and Tear Heel Girl, and what Molly did was screenshot it and stuff like that, and then sent it over to Jill and gave Jill her Facebook information, which is her real name and stuff like that. And everybody else on YouTube and whatever doesn't know that. So wouldn't that be considered doxing?
Yes. That bitch is like the Kim Jong-un of Kick. It's like, what? I've just never, I don't get it, man. I've never seen, I don't get, what is it with these people that are just want to, it is like, I don't even know what to say, because I don't understand these types of people. How, like, doesn't that bitch have anything else to do during her day besides find people that she can get to do what she says?
I think she has a very boring, lonely life. All she does, she literally sits around and eats bonbons all day.
Yeah, it shows. This is her this is her validation. I mean, those are the only people that behave like that. But if her personal information is being put out by anyone on this platform, regardless of who gave that directive, that absolutely needs to be reported. Yeah. And I will do it on Twitter, because you do it here first, but my understanding is that, hi.
Oh, hey, she's up here.
Yeah, I just added her. My understanding is that YouTube tends to see things more quickly if I think you have to tag.
You tweet them.
Yeah, Team YouTube, I think it's called.
Well, I don't have Twitter.
I'm gonna hop down, you guys.
I'll tweet them.
Yeah,
my battery's getting low.
Okay.
So,
thank you for coming up, and I appreciate.
All right. Bye-bye. It's good talking to you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
It's France in the chat. Thank you. I saw your comment. I appreciate that.
And Lisa, I'm going to jump down too, because the felines are starting to get annoying. So they're hungry.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Emmy.
So I'll just explain a little bit how it became. So I was friends with Molly on Facebook, her actual Marissa account, her personal account. And I had been following her for 4 years or 5, whatever, how long she's been doing it. I've been there the whole time. And so I had previously been in her Patreon. This is a little backstory. I had previously been in her Patreon whenever I first started following her. And, I came to her panel one time to talk, and I brought up something that I was going through. And it was, a little sad and depressing at the time, but she shunned me off and actually booted me off of the live. So then I like didn't go in her live or, communicate.
Had you already left her Patreon? Because
Oh, I'm gone now. Yeah.
but when she booted you, were you?
Oh yeah, I left then. Yeah, I left her Patreon. I didn't go back to her live or talk to her anymore. And then I decided that I would go back, because I thought she was different. So I went back and I was in her Patreon for months. And I tried to get a session with her. I called her once and she was at the salon and she sounded like she was too busy to talk to me. So I ended the call and never spoke to her again on the phone. And then last night, I just been stressed, overwhelmed. I'm going through a lot right now. And so last night I was in my feelings and I had posted a post on Facebook and I said something to the nature. Gina has the screenshot of the post that I put, but I said something to the nature of a friend, a life coach, a therapist. I don't have neither. Oh, well, FML or something like that. And she commented on it, talking about, yeah, you do. Okay, no, I don't. I'm not in your Patreon. So how do I have a life coach? How do I have a life coach when you act like you never have time?
Tell me what you wanted her for. I'll give you some free. I'm not a life coach, but I'll probably give you better advice and I won't charge for it.
I agree. So then I text her and I was like, you should really not talk about people's looks because she's very hypocritical. She talks about how people look, but
no, she has no room to be talking about how people look.
No, not with her crooked ass nose. And so then she told me, well, I was about to call you, but whoa, I'll just pray for you. Okay, well, send prayers my way because I sure the fuck need them. Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
Charity starts at home. That's what I would say as far as her praying. Oh, yes, I'm sure she spends hours a day down on her knees praying.
Hey,
yeah, I'm sure.
Diamond Cutter wants you to drop the link.
Oh, is she here? I didn't see her.
She texted me.
Oh, okay.
So then after I text her, and she told me she was going to call me or whatever. Well, she never called me because I said what I said about she shouldn't be talking about people's looks. And then, so Jilly contacts me on Messenger, okay, directly. And I wasn't friends with her. Obviously, Molly shared my Facebook name with her for her to find me. Also, Molly shared the text to her that I sent to Molly this morning.
Yeah,
so
I get the impression that Jilly is like just some lackey flunky. Like,
she is.
Why doesn't Molly try and find some, like, I don't know, smart people? Oh,
she says she only hangs around classy people, but I'm sorry, that's a lie.
Oh, that is bullshit.
What happened?
She says she only hangs around classy people, but that's a lie.
Well, where are they? Because
exactly.
Where is she hiding them? Because there's many things you could say about Jilly Bean. One thing she will never be accused of is she will never be accused of being classy. She'll never be accused of being smart. She'll never be accused of being well-spoken. She'll never be accused of being a good YouTube hostess. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I see what she does. I know what she does. Well, in my opinion, what I see is she goes after people who are vulnerable for whatever reason, whether they're financially vulnerable or they're emotionally vulnerable. And it seems that she surrounds herself with people that, the way I see her is she she has a tier system, I would imagine. She's got people down here on the very bottom, probably like Jilly Bean, who, you know, she probably throws her $50 and that's, you know, a huge thing to her. She'll probably do whatever Molly says. Then I'm certainly got, you know, all the way up to people that she maybe can't manipulate, but she dangles something that they want to be close to. So I mean, clearly it's been working for her. Hey, Diamond Cutter, I put the link down. Did you see it? Because I'll put it down again. Well, I would say this to you. I think she's given you all the information that you need to know about her. And like I said, if you need
it wasn't nothing that I didn't already know. It just come further closer to the light, if you get what I'm saying.
No, of course, because your usefulness has probably been run through. Like, what, you know, if you're not giving her money anymore on Patreon, well, you know, I guess she has no use for you anymore, which I know it sucks. It doesn't matter who it is. It always hurts when somebody you think cares about you in whatever capacity, when you find out that they don't.
Yeah, I have a question. In your opinion, when someone says she started a war, is that a threat?
If Molly said it, you can consider it a threat.
No, I said it to Jilly. I said to Jilly that Molly started a war by pretty much doxing me, and Jilly said she didn't dox me because it wasn't announced over the internet.
I don't care if it was doxed to one person. It was doxed.
Yeah, she shouldn't have shared your information with no one.
Yeah, she shared my full Facebook name. And then Jilly said in the messages talking about, well, I got your name for Patreon. Excuse me, my name in Patreon was not the whole name that I have on Facebook.
Well, let me tell you, whenever I joined her Patreon several years back, whenever this all we became a friendship, she been in her Patreon probably 3 months, and one day I'm scrolling on Facebook and I had a friend request from her, which I was like, whoa, you know, it just took me back a little bit. So I accepted her friend request. And as our relationship grew, she ended up befriending my husband and my brother on Facebook. So when our friendship come to an end, she immediately, before it was said between she and I that our friendship was, you know, we weren't going to no longer G-Haul, she deletes me on Facebook, but stays friends with my brother and my husband. Now, it took me probably a week to put it together. And I was like, whoa, that's weird. Why would she want to stay friends with my husband and my brother? So anyway, of course, I logged into my husband's account. I deleted her, and I called my brother, and I told him, I said, you do whatever you want. I said, but she and I are no longer, you know, friends. I said, and I think that she, you know, to continue to stay friends with you, I'm not being ugly. I'm just letting you know that there's, you know, obviously she has ulterior motives, because why would she want to stay friends with my brother? You know what I mean? She's not to be trusted. She's not a friend to no one.
I would be afraid to even venture a guess, but I could.
Yes. Yes, she's not a friend to no one. She doesn't possess what it takes to be a friend to no one.
Yeah. No. She finds people that well, like I said, I believe there's a scale, a continuum, and there's people at the bottom, people at the middle, people at the top, but wherever you fall in there, it's because you are of some use to her.
Exactly, Lisa. Yep.
In some capacity. And once you are no longer of use to her, you get kicked.
Yep, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, she did you a favor.
Absolutely. But she shouldn't have shared it with Jilly. I mean, you know.
No. No, of course
Well,
not.
Jilly's her little minion right now that's doing,
You know
Yep.
what?
and unfortunately, Jilly is.
MGL is the Wicked Witch, and Jill is one of her flying
monkey.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God. Yeah.
Yep.
Lisa, I just want to say to you that I finally caught up, and your text message just like broke my heart. It really did. I know it was hard for you to, reconcile if that's the way Hills is, and look, it was hard for me too, and it's still like I'm in shock. I guess we put too much faith into what I guess face value into what we think people are, but it really surprised me. But to hear her have no remorse, didn't think that she would have. I mean, there's like, it was cold stone. I'm not going to apologize. That
And
blows my mind.
You know what my husband told me? He said, I mean, he doesn't know her, but he just said, if someone doesn't think they are in the wrong,
Mm-hmm.
well, they're not going to apologize. And because they don't think they're wrong, and they're not going to do it for you. They're not going to do it. So it's kind of like, there's your answer. I mean,
yeah.
But I tell you what, yesterday, this was earlier, I said this, but yesterday that it really was seeing you live. Like I needed that. I was really happy to see that yesterday because I needed.
Oh, well, I'm glad I could help. And look, I felt like I was like all over the place, and I wanted to just like, I think, deep down inside, I was still holding out. Honestly, I was holding out hope that it wasn't what I thought it was, even though I had already went. And, like I said yesterday, the only way in my eyes that she could have come out of this was to prove that wasn't her. I mean,
or to apologize and say,
listen,
I think there are so many, hell, there might still be. But I definitely yesterday before she went live, listen, I knew that was going to be an absolute epic disaster. I knew it, which is why I wouldn't go on with her. And I think it could have been totally different, but she would have had to apologize. And apparently she didn't think she had anything to apologize for. So, and I'm not going to fault her in that department. At least she stands on her convictions, but she can't expect others to co-sign that.
Exactly. And, she had, about her attitude, she does seem very cold. Like it's an even kill with her. She doesn't get animated. For me to hear the nervousness, it surprised me to hear the nervousness in her voice whenever she began her live yesterday, because that was probably the most emotion I've ever heard out of her.
Yes. And I will say she absolutely did. I didn't read every line of every text, but she did say yesterday that she said, I'm nervous, but I'm not a coward. And and I heard that in her voice. I think she was nervous, but yeah, she is very, even I hate to say monotone, but she, she's not like this. And I think, at times, even if she maybe just the way something is said isn't necessarily the way it's interpreted. And I know some of that definitely could be due to, just how she is. She's just not real emotional sounding ever.
Yeah.
But those all of that stuff, no, you can't put that off to that.
No. And she just like she stands, she stands solid with the way she feels and thinks. But it's like you said, it doesn't matter the skin color, it doesn't matter the age, none of that. To go for a mother to go at another mother and the time that mother was, I mean, that's just, there's no excuse for it.
No. No, no matter what. I don't care. I don't give a damn what you think of the politics, what you think of the circumstances. No, I never. There's
Yeah, it's
just
like she,
nothing.
doesn't didn't have any compassion. I mean, that's, where does your, your heart, where's your heart at in a situation like that? I mean, these people lost their children.
And what makes me believe that, I don't know. I if it had been me, and that wasn't really my feel. Well, you heard her. She said, "I'm not apologizing," but
Yeah.
to me, I find it kind of. I mean, it takes me back just a bit to think, damn, like she couldn't even pretend a little bit. If for nothing else, but I guess if she doesn't feel she's in the wrong, then she's not gonna.
Well, it reminded me of the whole Diane and St. Jude thing. Randy, her close friends, Randy and Wendy, all, they kept saying,
I don't know anything about. I mean, if you've been in this hood for even a month, you've heard of the Diane St. Jude, and I've heard those names, but what did she do? She scammed money that she fundraised.
She just had, at the beginning of all of her lives and throughout her life, she would say, any and all donations, super chats are, 100% given to St. Jude. That's what she did that every time. And
except for the ones that weren't.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And then, throughout the years or whatever that I watched, people would say, can I get a receipt for that or whatever? And she would, glaze over it. And it just finally, there was a couple people that just didn't let it go. And she couldn't show receipts for it. And people started contacting St. Jude. It was a big mess. And whenever it was, and look, nobody, I don't think any other people or creators expected her to do that, to give, because, to give 100% of it. But you can't say that you're going to do something, because people that gave money did it under the guise of that's where their money was going.
Yeah.
And
they might have given more than they would have it if it had just been.
Right. And whenever it didn't, whenever it finally come to a head and she wouldn't, well, first of all, she didn't do a live for way too long. She waited it out. She just got silent, and she kept saying that she kept putting it out there that she was going to come live. She was going to give an explanation. She was going to show receipts. She kept saying that, but she never did. But she also never apologized. And people kept saying if she would just, she finally apologized to it was a select few, and it was worded to where it wasn't broad, it was just and it was this kind of apology. If I hurt your feelings, then I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
Can I just do a blanket disclaimer for everybody out there listening? If you're going to make an apology, it's 2 words. It's I'm sorry, full stop, STFU. And whatever you do not say, I'm sorry if I insert.
Or don't put but.
Yeah, just don't justify. Just say I'm sorry, and that's it. It's simple, 2 words.
Or I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yes, but it just reminded me of that, because I know this is really, truthfully, a forgiving community. People, it is. It really is a forgiving community. And if she had just said, "Look, that was 10 years ago. I don't feel that," but this is the deal. She does still feel like that. I think with every fiber in me that she has no remorse, or like she said, she's not sorry. I think she's probably sorry that it offended or hurt certain people's feelings. But as far as having remorse for doing it, I don't think that her stance has changed one bit. And
I don't think it
so
has.
you got to say that she's standing hard on her morals and what she thinks, and so I get her not coming on here and saying, I guess her apologizing, because she's not sorry. But if she wanted to stay in this community and stay in the standing that she needed to do that, and she wasn't willing to do that.
But do you think, I mean, I was wondering that because I thought, here's two things I would say. Number one, if I had to guess, I could see where she could maybe justify this in her mind as being under the guise of politics, which obviously none of us see it that way. So there's that. But I don't necessarily know that she is going anywhere. I mean, it's not like she's lost tons of subs. I saw somebody put she had lost maybe 1,000 subs. I mean, she had 15,000, I think, give or take, this morning.
Whoa.
I don't necessarily think this is going to be. I don't know that she's canceled. And
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not sitting up here advocating for anybody to take, and people take the position they take. I did what I had to do for myself.
Exactly.
I'm not telling anybody else what to do. That's not my job. But I just know, I mean, the American public in general is incredibly forgiving. We have elected a man who, when Marion Barry was the mayor in Washington and was caught with a hooker smoking crack, he went away for, I think, 10 years, something like that. They elected him mayor again. Look at all the scummy televangelists, that same sort of situations. All kinds of, figures in the American public have been caught doing various and sundry, moral crimes, legal crimes. We're very forgiving, but not without asking. You got to ask, forgive me.
And accountability.
Exactly.
And if how do you, you're not going to get that if,
Well,
I don't know. I don't know how you even begin if you won't acknowledge there's an issue.
Exactly. You got to acknowledge there's a problem. Yeah. But one good thing, I guess, her being a clip channel, she probably will be able to sustain, it's not like she, goes live a lot and creates, so she probably will be able to stick around. But as far as her, I think her credibility is, and I have to say her, her honesty is at question now because, I've heard, and I believe Burnt Toast. I don't think I've ever heard Burnt Toast say one thing that she can't back up, and
I would believe that as well.
And so for her to admit that she did the pictures, that she was the first to for her to admit that to her, but yet, deny it to you and others, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, what is the truth then, Hills, So to me, her honesty is at question, not just her integrity now, her honesty,
and I think, even if I don't believe she has any intention of going anywhere. But what's going to look very different for her, I believe, is the places that she is going to be able to hang out. I don't think she's going to be going over to Queen Bee's and
no, me either.
Parking on the panel over there. I mean, I could be wrong. She obviously, I feel bad for her because she's stuck in a position where she can't, because of her legal situation she's got going on. I realize Heels has been taken out of it, but I promise you her lawyer is going to tell her, you need to keep the kibosh on anything that could even remotely skirt around any place that could accidentally or on purpose lead into the lawsuit, litigants and issues. So while she hasn't been able to speak, I mean, she has kind of made, I know I heard Burnt Toast say that, she's very upset. And of course, I mean, why wouldn't she be? So I think that if she does stick around, and I think she will, But I do think it's going to look very different for her than it has.
Yeah. Well, I think that she has a broad spectrum as far as where she goes, because I know I've been surprised at some of the people, the other creators that so she goes a lot of places. She may not speak, but she's definitely out there, and I think she knows a lot more about these old stomping grounds than what probably all of us combined knows. You know what I mean? So, she could change her name and just not ever talk to anybody, and probably, come back in. Who knows? But as far as I go, and with her, I mean, I really, truthfully, and I know I'm speaking for all of it, I'm not going to get behind that. I can't get behind it. It's not okay.
So I just want to let everyone know, if you've seen me before, my name used to be Worst Prank Caller, but MGL gave me that name, so I had to change it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Just for anybody that don't recognize me by Tar Heel. But I said it in back chat, but I want to say it publicly. Diamond Cutter, I am sorry that I never believed you on anything you said about her, but I kind of felt brainwashed,
That's okay. I get it. And I'm sad that
somebody's got bad feedback.
Is it me?
I think it. Wait a minute. I think everybody mute except Diamond Cutter.
Is it me you're looking for?
It's not you.
Okay.
All right. Y'all stay muted just until Diamond Cutter's done, because for some reason one of y'all has feedback bad. Okay, we're good now.
Okay. But yeah, I knew that it would. Sadly, I knew that you would eventually find out, just like we all did, But look, she is who she is. But I'm gonna tell you something funny about the name change. She, I was barnyard, but she told me one day, she says, I want you to do a different name, and I want it to be Cupcake. I thought to myself, look, I am nowhere near going to be a cupcake. So I mean, I didn't change mine, but that's what she told me one time. I don't know why she thinks she needs to change people's names,
Yeah, mine was because I didn't know where I wanted my channel to go, and I still don't. I don't know which direction it's gonna go, but it's going. That's all I can say. It's going.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, Jilly threatened me about putting out, because she was like, if I said anything about Molly doxing me or whatever that she doesn't think is doxing, then she would put it out on her channel and I would look like a fool. And I'm like,
you know what? I don't want to. We're kind of like jumping the shark here. I don't want to get all bogged down and all of that stuff, because I just don't. I don't like. I don't want that. I mean, I get it, and I'm sorry she's done it to you, but I don't want to talk about any of that anymore.
And one good thing, you ain't got to worry about a lot of people seeing it, because I don't think a lot of people watch Jilly. So there's that.
Yeah, I would say that is probably correct. Hate everybody who came in that I'm so sorry I have not said hello to.
But I just want to say one last thing. I am a new sub, and I will continue. I like the video, and I do appreciate you having me on panel.
Well, you're very welcome.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
But your husband, what did you share with him the any of the stuff?
Yeah, and my husband is the guy that, put it this way, you have to work really hard to make my husband say. My husband comes from a place of giving, and not just with this stupid shit, but YouTube shit, just everybody in life in general. He always comes from a place of everybody. It is so incredibly rare for my husband to ever have something negative to say about
Mhm.
anybody, and you have to work really hard to convince him, because I'll say, well, what about, and he'll say, well, maybe XYZ. But today, when I repeated some of the what Burnt Toast read last night, he was like, okay, yeah, no, done.
Yeah,
That's, he said,
you
no,
know,
that's no.
but I, like you, I did not know, I didn't follow the people that she was talking about referencing. I didn't know those. I had, whenever I was listening to you earlier, I tried to catch up. I'm like you. I don't like watch whenever it's missing people and stuff like that. I don't get
Yeah.
into it because I like resolution. I like closure, whether it
I
be
do
good or
too.
bad,
I do
so.
too.
So I didn't know a lot of the names, but I do know whenever she said that about Ben Crump, that she followed him, I was like took aback by that, because I didn't know who Ben Crump was until I started following this case from my hometown, and he is representing the mother of the young man that was killed. And so I've watched, some of his press conferences and stuff like that. So when Hill said that she followed him in one of the first videos I watched, I was like, whoa, that's really? And then I heard yesterday that it was in a negative, she.
In full disclosure, I'm not a fan of Ben Crump.
Yeah.
But that is not because of, that is because of nothing more than I see him as, we used to call them ambulance chasers. I'm not a big fan of a lot of lawyers in general, not of, personal injury type and whatnot. But I kind of see him as, I think that while I know he gets big awards for the cases he takes on, I also feel like he's making a whole lot of money doing it. And I think that, but it's just but it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. I don't care for the man, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to follow his every move on the internet and then find the people in the cases that he represents and start yammering on them. It's like, no, I don't get any of that stuff.
Well, I didn't realize until I was watching. So Alec Murdoch was kind of like a personal injury. He was an ambulance chaser. That's what we used to call him too. I didn't realize that, because he would get big, he got big awards also, but I didn't realize that's the kind of attorney. It made sense whenever I finally put that together. I was like, wow, that makes so much sense.
Yeah. And and Ben Crump's not the only one. There's lots of,
oh yeah,
loudmouth people that I saw somebody in the chat, opportunist. Yes, I feel he is an opportunist, but that is kind of his job. So, but just because I don't care for him, it's got nothing to, so what? I don't care for him. That doesn't mean that I would waste 5 minutes of my life trying to combat or counteract anything he is saying or doing on the internet. That is so far out of the realm of why would I waste my time doing that? It's not going to make him stop doing anything he's doing. And I'm not interested in, that's where I can't take it. I can relate with not liking some, because he is a major figure in the media. So I can understand not liking someone for X, Y, and Z. It's not about that.
Right.
It's all the other stuff. But I just said, and personally, like I said, I think George Zimmerman, based on everything I saw in a court of law, I believe that man should be in prison. I think he killed that kid because he was a pussy and he was going to get his ass beat. That's my take. It doesn't mean I'm right, but that's how I feel. But those things can coexist for me. I can think George Zimmerman's a scumbag who killed a kid that he didn't need to kill, but also not care for Ben Crump. But I'm damn sure not going out of my way to cause grief for any of those people.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm with you. And
Yeah,
I look, I wish Hills nothing but the best.
and
I
I do
do.
too. I do
I
too.
wish, I just can't support it and get behind it. And um,
I have no ill will for her at all. And when I said I wish her well in all her future endeavors, I absolutely do.
yep, I do too. And I kept thinking, well, she knew this was coming. She could have gotten behind it or got ahead of it or whatever. She's not. She knew this was coming. Plenty of people had, but now looking at it, the stance that she's taken and everything, I guess there was really nothing she could do to get ahead of it because she really hasn't changed her stance as to where she was at then or now. You know what I mean? So, um, it's played out like
You
it
know what
has.
I
And
heard? I heard
what?
Nanya. I think it was Nanya that asked this question, but someone in the last couple of days here has asked this question, and it was why. No, wait. Let me remember how this went because reading this comment reminded me of it. Hey, Leave It to Beaver. It was your comment I was reading. Hi, Mom of Gladiator. Hi, Rowena. She should have directed that open letter to Ben Crump instead of those families. Exactly. And
Right.
but there was something more along those lines that I'm trying to remember that I heard, and I'm almost positive it was Nanya, and honest to God, it was Nanya, and it was last night on Hale's panel, and it was such a pointed question. It was literally like the mic drop because she did not answer right away. And I think
Was
she was scrambling. And it was something along the lines of how come well, I know someone asked, why was it only cases involving men of color or boys of color? But I thought there was something else even more pointed. I can't remember it at the moment, but it was like, oh damn,
Nanya,
she just dropped the bomb on her.
Nanya laid it out there.
Do you remember what it was?
I do. I can't remember exactly, but I know exactly what you're talking about because Nanya was like, wow, there was no wiggle room there. It was like yes or no.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? All this time you've been sitting on panels, you've been very cordial and friendly, and you find out that people that look like you, she seemingly has an issue with. And even if you want to give her the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, she's not racist, well, she also didn't want to apologize or walk back any of the things that she should have. I understand standing in your beliefs, but when you know that you have said words and written them down that have hurt and offended so many, and you will not concede 1/2 of an inch, people that you're cared about, supposedly, and you can't just say, I stand by XYZ, but I am so sorry that my words hurt you.
Right. Well, I was saying yesterday to someone, a lot of people are raised, we can't help how we were raised or who had us, you know what I mean? But I know, speaking from a personal experience and people that I know, and there's being from the South like this, there is, it's generational. It is generational how people feel. And you can't help how you were raised, but there comes a point in time to where you start making your own decisions and you start standing on your own, and you then, hopefully have been exposed to both sides and were able to make an informed decision. So, you can't help it. But to me, it's ignorance. It's pure ignorance to be in the year 2023 and to be a grown ass woman. We're all too old to be ignorant in that sector. We're too old for that. You can't claim ignorance. So it just falls back to to me, there's just reeks of ugliness. You know what I mean? And I don't understand
it. What you just said reminds me when I was Okay, my grandmother, who lived to be 100 years old, who was absolutely the kindest, sweetest soul in the world. She had I don't think she ever had a crossword with anybody in her entire life. I never remember her raising her voice, yelling, none of it. And my mom would tell you the same thing. When she was now about 95 and she really started to need some help at home, she had like round the clock people that would come in and just be there with her. Well, one of the girls was Black, and she was actually a personal friend of mine. And she had worked with hospice, and she was no longer doing that. She had some of her own health concerns, so she couldn't do that anymore. So we just so happened to be that we ran into each other one day, and I hadn't seen her in a long time. And I said, "So are you still working at hospice?" "No." And she told me what had happened, and I said, "Oh my God, you know what? This might have been like fate that we met today, because," and I just said, "My grandmother needs some help. And, we don't want to just put somebody from an agency that we don't know." I said, "Would you be interested in, it doesn't have to be full-time at first. And you really just need to do little stuff, get meals, nothing big at all." I said, "Shit, half time you'd be sitting on the couch talking to her. That's all." So she did. And I went over one day, and we'll just call her Susan. Susan was there, and my grandmother was in the other room, and she was calling for me. And we both kind of went around the corner, but she could only see me because of the way the bedroom was situated. And she said, oh, can you get, what's her name? And she said that, I'm not going to say it, but she said girl. And it wasn't, I didn't say I'm not saying it because it was something like, an N-bomb, nothing like that. Right. But it was, and I said, "Grandma, we don't say that anymore." And and my girlfriend, she just started laughing, and she said, "It's fine. Don't worry about it." I said, "Oh my God, what did I say her name was? Susan?" I said,
Susan, yes,
"Susan, like she's almost 100 years old." She goes, "Honey, you don't need to explain. I know she doesn't. She's the sweetest lady there is. And I know there's no ill will behind it." So yes, but my grandmother was born in 1909, I think it was. So different time, and there was no malice. But no, is that the situation we're all in now? Hell no. I mean,
exactly.
So, no, I totally understand what you were saying, but
yeah. So it basically was, there's no excuse. There's no excuse for it,
And no matter what, as far as I'm concerned, Peggy, I didn't mean to highlight that comment. That was an accident. I didn't mean to highlight that one either, but since I did, okay. To me, no matter what, what she should have done that she didn't do is I'm not going to say I can see it, but I can, from her point of view, I can even walk as far as, I'm not apologizing for something I didn't think I did wrong, to the masses. Okay.
Right.
I wouldn't take that stance. I could kind of walk with that to a point. What I can't get past is knowing that Burnt Toast, Nunya, and I'm sure many others who are people of color that she was supposedly close to or, friends with. She spent a lot of time with at least Nunya going on panels and whatnot. And I think,
oh yeah,
too, I think they talk quite a bit behind the scenes. why couldn't she at least come out and say some version of, or even behind the scenes? I mean, and I would imagine, I don't know that she didn't, but I would think that if either one of them had behind the scenes had her reach out and say, look, I'm so sorry that I have hurt you. That's the part I don't like. I can't wrap my mind around that part.
Yeah, because absolutely would have cost her nothing, to be, but if she didn't feel it, I don't guess she's gonna say it, that's
nope.
kind of,
And that's on her. And
Yep.
listen, I'm not gonna tell her what to do, but I just knew that I could not, and this, I couldn't stand behind any of that. And this obviously, at least for me, I knew that this was a place where, I mean, it's the old, when you get to a fork in the road, take it. There was no choice. You're going to go this way or that way. Nobody is going to get to stand here in the middle. There's no middle.
I'm just glad that you had the insight not to go on panel with her, because that would have been a shit show.
Listen, when I heard Burnt Toast say those words, that every time she opened her mouth, she just said, oh my God, stop talking. You're making this worse. That is the exact thing I was saying. And I knew exactly how that, listen, I was texting her when I was in your chat. I was alternating between the two. And I knew without a doubt exactly how that was going to go. But I mean it, hand to God, if she had done what I suggested, and I don't say this because, oh, well, I'm not standing behind you because you didn't do it the way I wanted you to. It has nothing to do with that. But for me to go and stand next to you and sit with you up there, I would no. It was too important to go at it half-cocked, ill-advised, like I think she did.
Yep. And it's sad that she did it like that, because she had plenty of time to prepare for, to do something different. But I do think that when Burnt Toast put hers up, I think that it was I think it surprised her and it shocked her. And she most definitely at least one thing she did was put something, get out ahead of that. But
when did Burnt Toast put that up? Was it earlier in the day? Because I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I think it wasn't, because I didn't know that Hills had I didn't get the notification that Hills had even posted that she was going to go live, and then I saw the time and everything, and I said, okay, but
I thought
she
it was
wanted to get
for her to talk, that's for sure, but
yeah, for
not
sure
in that way. I mean, and I tell you what, I meant it. I absolutely would have done anything I could have to help her, because that is one thing that, to me, when that friggin' that nasty ass Zav girl, scab girl, when she did that, I just kept looking at that thing going, holy shit, doesn't anybody in your life care enough to say, show me what you're going to say, or,
Exactly. Yes. And, that's so crazy that it is crazy that she didn't. I mean, I was thinking the same thing every time I was watching her, and I kept saying, wow. Gina and I were texting, I was like, every time she would open her mouth and say something, I would cringe just waiting on. And sure enough, I would be like, wow. I just kept sitting there. I couldn't believe it was a shit show. I mean, it really was.
I will tell you that when she started, I was actually nervous myself. But that, for me, that happens to me all the time.
Yes, I understand.
Especially when they read verdicts in court cases. This is so weird. I feel weird even admitting this. But big cases that we all watch, I swear to God, my heart is beating probably no less than, and possibly faster than, the defendant. It's I just get. And when she started talking, I was nervous. I mean, I knew what was going to happen, but
the
worst thing, I had anxiety for her.
Yeah, she shouldn't have opened the panel up. She should have just gotten up there I mean, opening a panel to me was like asking for it. You know, she had to know that she was going to get some hard hitting questions. She had to have known that.
I didn't
Yeah.
think it was nearly as harsh as it could have been. I
No.
mean, I think she was very lucky that people were under the circumstances. I think people were pretty damn, except for D-bag Dolly. What an idiot.
I
Yeah.
know, right?
What a dumbass. I was
No, that was his
actually,
girlfriend.
yeah.
I was so
Oh,
surprised to hear him
how
start talking.
embarrassing. How embarrassing. Can you imagine having to go and do damage control or whatever the hell she called that? Have to go like play, what do they call that? Like
Oh,
the front man? What? Oh
Yeah.
God, it was so, you talk about some side embarrassment. Like it was almost like I could picture in my mind, like she held him by the hand and walked him backstage and put him down and says, okay, here, I'll be right back. And,
Yeah.
and I went and pled his,
Yep.
like, oh, that was so cringe. That was one of the grossest, cringiest.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
there was a lot.
actually went, that was the one point where I was that close to going. All I wanted to do was go backstage so I could tell that motherfucker, you better check yourself before you make an allegation like that at me again. But I
Yeah,
thought,
how dare he?
and the reason I didn't do it was because I thought, I don't want to be anywhere near that, because if I'm backstage and then all of a sudden I'm not backstage, nope. I thought, nope, I'll take care of that on my own tomorrow on my own live. But
Oh, trust
Yeah,
me,
it-
I'm not done with him yet. He has me pretty pissed that he came for you.
and
Yeah, about
the thing
how
is,
dare
like,
he?
that's a huge thing to say to somebody.
And it can ruin your life. If
It, I mean, especially to say that with, listen, I don't care if that piece of shit had my government name and my social security number and access to everything I've ever done in my life. There is not one thing, not one person, not one post, nothing that he would ever be able to use to make an accusation like that. So that was the only reason. Anything else that asshole had said, who cares? But that, oh no. That
I was
will not
thinking,
go
is that the real
unchecked.
Dolly? Yesterday or day before, I was like, is that the real Dolly? But yeah, it was. I mean, how dare he say that to you or anybody? But I feel like
No, he
maybe
doesn't know me.
no.
And
I
he's
mean, I
never,
was
I've
thinking-
never said anything that could even be considered remotely close to something racial. No.
Yeah, that was
Just
jacked up,
outrageous.
and it was almost like he was just reaching out to anybody that he could that was affiliated with her. You know what I mean? Because
guess.
Queen hadn't been to be vile. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
that was
well.
the sadness one. But I'm gonna jump down and let somebody else come up.
Yeah,
I just wanted
know.
to.
It's actually, I'm oh, did you get my, I know she just, Gina, just
what?
when we get down here, will you just make sure Diamond Cutter's got my my phone number? I put it in the chat yesterday. I gave her my burner, and then I'll give her my real number once. I just
Wait,
didn't
did
want to
you
put
say
my
you
real
want me
number.
to make sure she gets
Well,
it?
I know you guys text. I don't have her number yet, so just tell her that I wanted to make sure she's got my
Okay,
burner.
are we gonna be able to find
Oh,
it?
here, I'll put it in the back chat before I end it. Damn it. For some reason. Sorry. I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. I can't talk and type at the same time. 443
Yeah.
514 Oh, I should have just put it in the front chat. And anybody can just give me a ring a ding ding. Let me make sure there's enough digits in that. Yep, that's it. Okay. Well, y'all, it's been almost 4 hours, which is way too long for me or anybody else should be talking. Oh, Diamond Cutter. I just put it in the back chat, Gina.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
And if you want, you can text me and I'll give you my secret bat phone. My bat
All
phone.
right. I
right?
just texted it to her.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Thank you for having me up.
Oh, I'm glad you came up. And I'll come on at some point this weekend. And we'll talk about something fun. Not the gross stuff. I'm tired of talking about the gross stuff.
All right.
All right. Bye,
Bye,
honey.
everybody.
Have a good day. Well, everyone, all joking aside, I appreciate all the kind words and the support that everybody's been kind enough to show me. This really has been, it's been hard for many people, the least of which is me. But I am sorry that someone I called friend, that I have had to part ways with, and I wish her nothing but success in whatever she chooses to do at any point in her life, just because I'm, not going to call her friend anymore. That doesn't mean that I, want to see anything bad for her. And I, heals, I hope that you do. If you believe nothing else, I hope you believe that I will never, ever disclose. I'm closing the chapter of this book and I'm moving on. And I will never dox you in any form or fashion, aside from what the few text messages that I read in this live. That's it. It's done. You do not need to ever worry that I will ever, be releasing any communications between you and I, or any of the very little bit. I mean, I didn't have any of your personal information, but I'm just going to leave it there. You know exactly what I'm saying. So, everybody, I thank you all so much. And I'm so sorry for anybody who came in while we were talking that I didn't get to say hello to, like Forgotten Whispers. Hey, girl. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Cheesy. I think I said hi to Cheesy. I know I said hi to Kathy B. Mom of the Gladiator, Lurker. I think I said hello to all of you all. Deanna. Benny Keys, I saw you sneak in here, and I don't know, did you? I think you left as fast as you came in. Yes, I am. How are ya? Yeah, it's, I don't listen. The point of this was never to tell, and I'm never going to tell anyone how they should feel about any of this whole mess with Heels. I'm not telling you to unsub to her. I'm not telling you not to watch her. I'm not telling you any of that. I simply came on and made a public explanation as to what I have chosen to do for myself and the reasons why I'm doing it. And that was my only motivations. And truth be told, honestly, I if I'm being entirely honest, much like I just said to Diamond Cutter, I do not believe that she's canceled. I really don't. And I'm not saying that's not for me to say. Okay. I think that this is one of the fucking grimiest corners of the internet. Well, at least the legal, you know, what's not the dark part of the internet. Or maybe I should say one of the grimier parts of YouTube. I think that just take a look at all the people we talk about. There's it. I'm really, if I'm being quite honest, I think I would say that I don't know what it would take to really have somebody canceled, like done. And I don't mean by terms of service. I mean by your peers. I don't like, it seems like no matter what anybody does, whether it's putting up dead children's autopsy photos, any number of scandals we've seen, none of those people have poof disappeared. So I don't see where there's any reason to think that Heels would either. So I don't know when the limbo stick is actually at the lowest point, like when it's on the floor and we can't go any lower. I don't know what that point is, short of someone publicly making another no longer counted amongst the living. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it'll take. Something tells me we'll keep watching until we find out. So, all right, everybody. I don't think I will come on tomorrow. This has been a lot, and oh, thanks, Peggy. I need to go. There is nothing in this dump that needs my attention for the next day or two. So I think I'll go spend some time with my favorite people in the world and do something. Oh my God, yes, Deanna. Those pictures, I did not like. I didn't want those. That, please, y'all, don't pass around anyone else's autopsy pictures, whether it's poor Gannon or poor Kendrick. Don't do it. It's gross. That's going to be yet another thing that I'm going to have up here. I never wanted that. I didn't need that. And I don't appreciate it. So, all right, y'all, go have a good evening, and I'll see you in the next couple days. All right, y'all. I appreciate you all. Bye. Maybe.